Morning. Just talking to people in YouTube. Anybody in YouTube, if you can hear me, that'd be great if you could answer. We've had some problems last week. I had to reload the YouTube stream about 3 times before we got it working. So I'm just wondering if anybody is in YouTube right now, if you can give me a heads up if you can hear me. Okay, so you could hear me. Okay, excellent. Excellent. Thanks very much because we had this problem last week. I had to reload YouTube about 3 times before we got the audio working. So excellent. Okay, I'm going to mute myself again. I'll be on in about 3 minutes. Thanks very much. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, February the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me, see my screen. Now, I already did this in YouTube, so hopefully you guys can still hear me. Don't have an audio issue like we had last week. Thank you, William. So you guys can hear me in the main room. Excellent. All right, guys, what is happening this morning? So the first of all, before I look at some of the individual stocks, let's just take a quick look at silver and gold. They're both down about the same amount in terms of a percent. Actually, silver's down 1.6% after that. What a day, 2 days really. And gold is down a little more than silver. Let's see if they have bounces today, though, okay? Because I mean, if they have any bounces at all, you're going to see a lot of great gold and silver plays bouncing. So if I like to focus more on silver, so I will definitely have a thumbnail chart of silver just to see if it starts to recover, even get positive, because a lot of silver plays will tag along. All right, VHub, VHub. Now this got up to 30, almost $30 in the pre-market, 29.31. I don't see any specific news on it other than other than they appointed some former Amazon executive to spearhead their nationwide smart store expansion, etc. So maybe I guess that's the only news I could find. That's a massive pullback from the high in the pre-market. Thank you, Obi. Yeah, I noticed that also. DKI, Dark Iris, barely over $1. Actually, it had some, well, it had a big pop after hours on Friday, got up to 188, trading high, sort of an earnings play, I guess. So we don't have an earnings date at all. It's a China company. They say trading higher after the company reported year-over-year increase. I don't know if it's an official earnings release or we don't have an earnings day for them, but I guess we have to treat it like this is an earnings play. Fuse, Fuse, announces strategic partnership with Modulaire, Module AI RE, okay, to bring Fuse Machines AI Studio and related AI services, etc. So there is a press release for them. Pretty low float, not crazy low, 11 million. It might, if MSTR enters my price range, wow. Yeah, I mean, I look at Bitcoin now, 78,000. It's up $1,000, but 78,000 now. AQST, AQST. Okay, holding its gains, trading higher after the company announced it received a complete so a CRL from the FDA. Okay, so obviously it was positive. The next high looking left, it's right there. Okay, so it's at 415, so kind of right at that area. It popped through that. Now look what it did actually. In the pre-market, it got up to about 447. The 200-day moving average is 453, though that is blocking it right now. And maybe going, yeah, maybe taking out that 200-day moving. Obviously, if it can take out the 200-day moving average, it has a ton of room. So with that in mind, I will put a price alert around the 200-day moving average and see what happens. If it does it. And wow, I didn't realize that there are shares available for me to short at Interactive Brokers over 300,000. If this runs out of steam. This is a two-time for APP, guys. APPX, a two-time ETF. So volume, like good volume. So they had earnings, I guess, last week. This is APP. So if you want to take, if you think it's going to continue, you can buy this one. You get double the move, but remember, if APP the stock moves down 1%, this will move down 2%. Hain, I know they sold what was it called, a division 100 for $150 million to sell a North American snacks business to Snack Ruptors. Okay, for 150 million, $115 million in cash. I don't know what they have left. That is Hain, Hain. CISS. It's a pretty big pullback though from $4 down to 240. Don't see any specific reason for it. Looking around, don't see any. Oh, wait a minute. No, I don't see any specific reason for it, other than the fact that it's a low float stock. Okay, SWVL. Are you still here? Yeah, SWVL, United Arab Emirates, and they said they signed a 5-year contract valued at up to $5.5 million in the UAE. Okay, so that is the news on SWVL. Low float, high volume already, 34 million. Doesn't look wonderful on a daily chart. I mean, I'm looking left, all these little areas it could stall. All right, guys. Well, here we go. As the USAR rebounding, did not have a good day on, well, 5 bad days really, and even on Friday it goes near the low. So the high on Friday was 24.67. So a lot of these are rebounding now. Yeah, I'm hearing this one, ELPW, the flyer from. I mean, look at this, got up to $15, right down back to 228. All right, fat pipe. This looks like an earnings play, actually. A February 2nd post market. So it looks like, okay, they have earnings after hours today. FATN. What in the world do they do? Development software defined wide. Okay. So anyway, it looks like they have earnings after hours, and for whatever reason, it is popping right now. Again, I don't like this daily chart when I look left. Little areas where it could stall, but it is a crazy low float, under a million in the float, so anything can happen. Volume is only 170,000 right now. NAM will not give up. I mean, it's still, yeah, it's still hanging around. NAMM still hanging around. Yeah, this is not shortable for me. ELPW, tank mode for sure. There's the 200-day moving average. I mean, if you're looking for a bounce in this, maybe 155 is the 200-day moving average for ELPW. And I don't think there's any reason for this one moving other than low float, or crazy low float, under a million shares, and a China stock. That was the only reason I think we could find on Friday. That was the So really no reason other than some group somewhere got a hold of it. Well, not quite cut in half, but boy, $200 up here. But before then, $458, 137 now. What week was that? That was in July, so a little over half a year ago. Yeah, next on my list, ACCL. Yeah, ACCL. Is there any news on this one? I couldn't see any news for ACCL. Other than again, China low float, 2.8 million in the float. I don't see any news for ACCL, but 463 now is the next high looking left on the daily chart because it has taken that out. That high is 208, so we're at 219 now. So I mean, that's what I'm talking about. When you take a look left, you don't have all these little areas where it could stall. I'm not saying it's going to get here, but at least you don't imagine if all this were, sitting on top of that. So again, I'm not saying it's going to get here, but at least we don't have to worry about little areas where it could stall because of the chart. And I don't see any news on it. Probably, William, if your news service probably just says volume momentum, and we're talking about ACCL. Don't see any disasters today in terms of bios, William. That could potentially have had a bounce. Don't see any disasters. This is the short. Oh, okay. So this is SMST. This is the ETF to short MSTR. Okay. So if you thought MSTR was going to continue to move down, you could buy this. Not a lot of volume in it yet, but that's the idea. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to take a look at some of the major sectors to see what's happening. As always, I like to start off with the energy sector, XLE. Still very strong, still way above the 200-day moving average. Retail drifting down. You can see retail drifting down. I'm hearing IPW, guys. IPW just popping here. Eliminates major operating cost center. Receives $2.3 million in consideration. So that is the news. But the main news is the fact that it's only got a ridiculously low float of 420,000. So that's why you can get these crazy moves. And that's IPW just popping. All right, let me keep going here. So XRT, what I want to do with the XRT, I just want to shrink up that daily chart. I want to see where that 200-day moving average. There we are. So you can see, it's still above it, but drifting into it. Healthcare, XLV. Yeah, above it. I mean, there's not going to be anything below, but just looking to see how close. Look at communication strange. Well, I don't know, it's strange, but we had AT&T, we had I think T-Mobile, we had Comcast with earnings last week, and they all did well. I mean, remember what the market was doing, and on these 2 days, and these communication stocks were doing extremely well. Technology. Let's take a look at financials. Where are they with respect? Wow. Okay, so that's should have been looking at this one. The financials are getting very close to that 200-day moving average. Okay, they've been drifting down, of course. Well, not drifting. They've been moving down. So they're trying to hold above the 200-day. XLU, utilities. Again, they're just barely above the 200-day moving average. I think the rest of them are going to be, well, I shouldn't say fine, but let's take a look at XLP, consumer staples, still above. Took a long time to get above it. Discretionary above. So we've got financials and we have utility stocks that are, probably the closest to the 200-day moving average. Okay, well, um, market's not liking this news for Eldorado. Eldorado goal to buy foreign mining in, not a foreign mining, but FORAN mining in a deal valuing the Canadian copper-focused developer. Copper-focused developer. Okay, well, market's not liking that right now anyway. Well, Unity, that was the one that was down most of the day, right, William, on Friday? Funny, closed down here. So yeah, it didn't quite. It had a little bounce at the end of the day, 27.54, and it got up to 28.97. But other than that, it was basically down all day long, from 37 down to 27. So it's having a little bit of a bounce, a little bit above the close. Benchmark maintaining coverage with the whole, but they didn't give a price target. BTIG, though, maintaining unity coverage with a target of buy and a target of 60. Intel's on the move here. Well, it's on the move, but it's no. Okay, forget that. Forget that. Not shortable for me. IPW is not shortable for me. Interactive brokers. All right, guys. What time is it now? 9:20. So I'm getting ready to get my 9:30 layout up and running. Keep watching this AQST. I mean, it's sitting right on right on the VWAP. You know what? There are Only now, the last time I looked, so there's been a bunch of shorts snapped up at Interactive Brokers. Because the last time I looked, there were about 333,000, I think, and now there are only 191,000 shares available. So there's been over 100,000 shares snapped up at Interactive Brokers short. All right. So William says he's going to keep the room open till the main room open till 3:55. I'll be long gone, but Palantir has earnings. Okay. The LTR has earnings after hours. What is it doing ahead of that? So a little bit of a move, but so I guess the lifetime high for Palantir was about 207, right up here. What week was that? That was in November. Yeah, in November. You know what? It's funny because then 2 weeks later, it looked like it was really sinking, but look, it recovered. Not quite to the all-time high, but it had a nice recovery. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. It's underneath the 200-day moving average. I don't make any predictions as to what is going to be the reaction to earnings. I'm talking AQST, Grumpy. I'm talking AQST in terms of a potential short for me, and that has 116 million. No, I may have looked to see if IPW had shorts, but no, the one I'm sort of semi-focusing on is the potential short of AQST. All right, 9:23. So what I'm going to do now, save my layout. And I got my 9:30 layout up and running. Okay, so these are the top six from that my previous layout had the top 15 in terms of the ones that were up the most from Friday's close. So we have talked about DKI, VHUB, Fuse. I did not mention PKST. PKST must be just sort of what happened here. PSKT. You know what? Yeah, I was just going to say this looks like a buyout because the way it's flatlining and yes, Brookfield Asset Management to acquire Parkstone Realty. $21 a share, so basically at the share, almost there. So that's the reason for the PKST pop. I see. So IPW is up 33%. It probably is just going to kick out PKST. There it is. There's IPW right down there. Yeah, well, that AQST is, I mean, it's just hanging at the whole number, right at the VWAP, like literally right at the VWAP. And the news was the FDA issuance of a complete response letter. Deficiencies were limited to packaging and administration, so not to the drug itself. I guess I mean that is the reason why it's not why it's popped. Well, IPW, here you see your little question there, Page, not question, but query. The next high, 773. So it certainly has some legs on the daily chart. I'm just looking here. It is, there are three highs right there that are a little bit below the current price. So the next high in the daily chart is 729. Ridiculous float. It's at 420,000 in the float. Give me one moment. Oh, just a minute. Why not VHub for a short? If you have them, I don't have them. I don't. So I'm not saying don't, but I don't have shorts for VHub at Interactive Brokers. I mean, obviously, if you had shorts in the pre-market, I mean, that was a big drop. What did it get up to? I think I got up to 19 or something. Yeah, right up here. 29. Sorry, up to 29. I just didn't have shorts available. Well, not that I was up at this time, but I don't have shorts available for VHub. But you know what? I mean, it's trying to recover somewhat. So I would, if anybody with shorts available, I would be taking a look at that VWAP to see how close it gets. Maybe it stalls it. Yeah, less than a minute. Okay, guys, let's have a great start to this trading week. Okay. We typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Well, yeah, I mean, when I see this is IB's message for it says, will be available for short sale if the shares can be located. So when I see that, they're basically not available for me. I'm not going to wait around and see if they can locate shares. All right. We have liftoff, and the SPY's been actually a mini recovery. Okay, guys, AQST. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes, but I'm watching this one as it struggles to get back over four, sitting at 398 right now. I have that one thumbnail on my other one of my other monitors. So that's why I'm keeping an eye on it. It's right on the VWAP. IPW. Okay, got halted on the way down. Okay. Doesn't mean it's over though. It does not mean it's over. Fuse on the move, guys. Fuse, Fuse, on the move. Fuse, on the move. That I can't help you with, unusual. Nobody in the room has said that, but my alerts are fine. But if you're talking about alert, are you talking about scans that have custom formulas in them that aren't working? I can't. I don't know. I haven't. I have none, so I can't. I can only speak for myself, and I don't see anybody else talking about that. Doesn't mean it's not happening. Oh, this one. Um, Okay, this one is moving down. Okay, PO. Another halt, guys. DKI halted on the way down and underneath a dollar. Okay, that's the dark iris. So there's the AQST. I mean, I didn't, that's why I wanted to wait to see if it took out the VWAP. So it has not done that. In fact, it's poked its head above 4 a little bit. AQST. So these Opera, the browser, trading higher after the company issued strong guidance. Well, I don't. Well, we don't have it as an earnings play today. February 26th, free market. That's when we have it. So I don't know if this is preliminary or this is in fact the actual earnings release. At any rate, it's popping Opera. USAR semi rippage here, guys, for USAR. It's not in here somewhere. All right, let's take a look at IPW. Where could it open? So not too much so far anyway. So this screen I'm showing here, this window I'm showing here, this is from Interactive Brokers, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, this blue window, nothing to do with trade ideas. So there's the halt price for IPW and potential open this column here. Doesn't have to open at 507. And typically they are 5-minute halts. So if it's going to be a 5-minute halt, it is going to open in about 20 seconds. I got halted at 9:30 plus 50 seconds. So if it's a 5-minute halt, notice how that number just changed. This is the first halt of the day. Even though it is a halt on the way down, I'll have to wait and see where it opens. Oh, it did open under 5. Hmm. Well, no bueno yet. I mean, this is yeah. Let's see if it gets back over 5. But what I'm going to do is put a price alert around the VWAP. I know it's giving up a bit, but if it takes out the VWAP later, maybe it gets running again. CATX on the move, guys. CATX, CATX, as in CATX. As is AXTI. This was an interesting one last week. AXTI is on the move. So it's above Friday's high. The next high looking left is 21.88, so it's about $1 to that next high for AXTI. Well, this does not look good now for the IPW. That's a big, big pullback. And PEX, guys. Okay, AMPX. This was a active one last week. So of course, it's above the close on Friday. High on Friday was around 14. The AQST is still hanging around $4. So CATX, I wanted to just bring up CATX, CATX. And it's got some room. I mean, the high on Friday was 479, so it does have some room. Long it holds over 4. And they announced the pricing of $175 million offering. So they're raising a lot of shares, and it's at 379. So they're just a little bit above. Okay, the financing price. Now, GME, I had a price alert for GME at 25. I set that a couple of weeks ago, I think. Just give me one moment, please. I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys, I'm just watching that. The AQST is still hanging around 4. Oh, you put it on my homepage, William. It's okay. Come on, Hood. You got all excited. Wow, look at Fuse, guys. Fuse well, dare I say it? The fuse has been lit. Look at Fuse, FUSE. You know, it's a low float, but it's not crazy low. I mean, it's 11 million, which is really low. but it's not crazy low. The next high in a monthly chart is 421, same as on the, yeah, about 424, same as on the weekly chart. Yeah, we saw that in the pre-market. An IBM Platinum partner, Fuse Machines, an IBM Platinum partner, module AIRE. So it's an AI play. All right, KXIN. KXIN has been very active stock, got all the way up to about $22, and then 2 days later, it was at a dollar. Hmm. So VIAV had a great reaction to earnings on Thursday, continuation on Friday. Well, accumulation. Well, continuate. It maintained. Okay, it wasn't quite what I would call a continuation play, but it didn't drop. And then today, so the highs on Thursday and Friday were on 25. So this is so far a nice continuation play off earnings. And that is VIAV, decent volume already. Yeah, this is looking really interesting, guys. I mean, the longer it holds over 25, then it's yeah, I very interesting. The highs were just around 25 the previous 2 days. ELPW. I thought they actually had that announced in the pre-market, but I guess not. You are right. 7.6 million. Yeah, 7.6 million raising at 316 a share. Well, not a bad job. I mean, well, okay, not really. I mean, they got up to 15, but at least it's above the current price. All right, guys. I'm wow. Fuse is just, yeah. This is still has room. I think it's going to get there, but it still does have some room. Okay, so Verizon was another one of those communication stocks that had a nice day on Friday. However, well, no, it's only down 12 cents from the close. I'd be watching this one. I mean, the community. Take a look at the other community. Well, actually, how is XLC doing? These communication stocks, and yeah, basically flat. AT&T is, hanging in there. I mean, look at that. Look at that. That's a massive run for AT&T off earnings. That's sort of a float. Well, like you said, William, Unity is having a decent bounce. Unity U has already had a nice bounce off the lows in the pre-market, but it is trying to keep bouncing. The 200-day moving average is at $35 or so. So there's certainly room for it to keep moving if it wants to. Now the SPY has gone positive. We've had a nice little rip early on the SPY. Ivanhoe, IE. Let's see, what is this one doing? The next high looking left is 1933, so there is some room. 1921, maybe. There is some room for IE. It is on the move. Don't know if there's any specific reason for it. Meanwhile, look at USAR, guys. USAR, remember the nice move in the pre-market? I got up to $26. $3 drop, USAR. But these are tough trades, in my opinion. Not quite a $3 drop, $2.20 drop so far from the highs. So somebody said that VHub got halted on the way up, and now it's opened. Okay, through the 200, through the VWAP. Well, I don't really remember seeing this one on Friday or last week. Yeah, I don't really remember seeing this one at all. Up to $40. All right. Well, this would be a lotto play. That's right. It was a direct listing last week. That's right. Thank you. I sort of remember it now. We looked to see whether or not it was like a real IPO, but man, I mean I mean, look what it got to. Got up to 40.42 and it closed right at the low of the day at $6. So this was after hours. The GameStop CEO tells CNBC that the company is seeking a very big acquisition. You know what? It's not just big, it's really big. I mean, really big. I mean, very, very, very big. This is the CEO. It's transformational. Something that's never really been done before in the history. Wow. in the history of the capital markets. Okay. Not terribly promotional. Well, I had a price alert 25 for this one. I put it last week sometime, maybe even 2 weeks ago. I can't remember. So it's a little bit above that, but you typically don't see stuff like that from CEOs, but it is what it is. Ah, well, I'm going to try to pronounce it. Jahazi 900. Welcome. Nice to see you here also. My goodness, guys. I mean, look at USAR now. Talk about a tough trader. Up to $26. Now that's almost a $3 drop. I think, well, I know you know the VWAP, Monica. So I guess he's saying it was holding the VWAP down here, like not going below so far. Oh, Fuse. Fuse. Oh, you mean before. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking. Okay. I know what you mean now. I don't know. YSXT. YSXT. Okay. Just a little bit over $1. But look left. I don't like it. I just don't like it. So all these little areas, I mean, it could easily stall. It would have to get up to 125. But even if it got up to 125, then you're looking left. So I don't really like this one. Boy, did IPW ever get ugly. GME, guys, GME. Well, you said TOS, they classified you as F stock. That's what you said. Okay, I think that's what she was talking about, Miko. This could be a lotto play, guys. GME. I mean, it's such a promotional press release by the CEO. All right, so here's Fuse now pulling back. There is the VWAP down here. 271 is the VWAP. So let's see. First of all, let's see if it holds three. And if it doesn't, will it hold the VWAP? Could have faith, Rich Poe. DKI. Now we saw it. DKI, I thought got halted earlier. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, DKI it got up to in the pre-market up to $1.27 or so. It's sort of an earnings play on the 30th, I guess. Reported we don't have it as an earnings play, but I guess the reaction now is it's an earnings play. But it took out that $1. I'm just not somebody who likes to trade stocks under a dollar, but you know what? Gets over a dollar again, maybe, but it's underneath the VWAP right now, DKI. CVLT looks like a temporarily punished tech name, okay? Well, it had earnings, okay? It did have earnings, so I mean that you can sort of look at that. I mean that is wow, what a drop. I don't really remember this one. 129 down to 85. So it was an earnings play. So whatever they released, market did not like it. So whether that will continue to be a temporarily punished play, I don't know. All right, guys, it's 9:58. So what I'm going to do now is go over my homepage, and if you're new, stick around because I'm going to show you the information that not all scans, but races, some scans that I'm sharing. Okay, that you can have access to. All right. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Okay. You can get 15% off first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Doesn't matter whether you choose our standard service or our premium service. 15% off the first month only or the entire year. All I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. It helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room. And for those of you in YouTube, the trading room. Okay, so this is the trading room. So if you're in YouTube right now and you want to come into a more active room, this is it. A lot more interaction amongst traders in this room. And it's free also. Also, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. So if you're interested in looking at the pre-market and conversing with other traders, you can come into this room, the trading room, at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Obi opens it up. Thank you, Obi. I don't. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me at 3:45. So that's why Obi opens it up. He's in the East Coast at 6:45 his time. Now, I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30, though I'll always stay later if there's some questions and all times Eastern. But William in the trading room usually keeps the room open after I leave, and he's already indicated that he'll keep the room open until 3:55. Okay. So that means this room is open today from 6:45 a.m. to 3:55. And if you scroll down a little bit more, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. A trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. I know that the trade of the week this week is a little more expensive one. It's Lowe's. I don't know what the trigger was, but that is the trade of the week this week. And they're usually designed for longer term trades. How you trade it, if you trade it, up to you. Now, if you're going to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas and if you've already taken one out, then scroll down a little bit. You click on my homepage link, go down to the education section, and getting started with Trade Ideas. First thing you must do, okay, mandatory. There are 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas, I would start off with the second video, and you're wondering about the product, if it's a right fit for you. Well, you can start off with that second video and go to the end. That should give you an idea about whether you'd like to try us for at least a month. If you take out a monthly subscription, it's just month to month. You can cancel anytime. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free 15 videos if you are new to trading. Okay, called Back to Basics. And last, if you are looking for the information that I'm sharing, and you've clicked on my homepage link, middle section right here, the custom scans. Again, technically, they're not all scans, but so these are the two races. The biggest gainers from the start of the race, the large cap right here. This race is wide open, doesn't have anything to do with market cap or anything. So you will see stocks that can have some big percentage moves in this race. Okay, as opposed to this race. Doesn't mean this is bad. It just means they're less volatile. That's what all that means. Okay, but you can see like 2.7%. Rarely you're going to get anything over 1% in this one. Doesn't mean it's bad. Okay, it just means that it's less volatile. So if I were starting out trading, I would probably maybe pay attention more to this than the volatile race. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act goes up and the pre-market act goes down. Also resumes is over here. And I have some other scans that I'm sharing, a momentum scan, a gap scanner, a Pepe combo scan, and the movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. Okay, I am sharing all of them. So if you have any questions about them, you can ask me. This is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So again, if you don't be shy, if you have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. Now, if it is an account type question, I will not be able to answer that, but I can direct you to the people who can. Okay, guys, well, look at Fuse now. Fuse is trying to hold 3. Didn't get close to the VWAP, but it is trying to hold 3. YJ, guys, look at that. Now, this is what I mean. You look at it. You can get some big moves here. There's a 15% move, and I'm going to go over this race. And look at YJ. YJ, I'm sure it's got a low float, 1 million in the float. And it has probably no news at all. It's a China stock, one of those China stocks. How much room does it have? Well, on the weekly chart, the next high is 233, so not that much room from the current price. If it can somehow get through that, then 267 on the weekly chart. That's all I'm doing. I'm just looking left to see where the next highs are. There are shorts before you're right. Wow, there are a lot of shorts too. 475,000 and, not a it's only 8.35%, so it's not like a crazy, buy rate. Wow, I'm surprised there are that many shorts available. It is unusual, Monica. So let me go over this race right here. This biggest gain is from the start of the race. Why I think, the racing concept, is very interesting. And I have 2 races right here. One's a large cap race and one is it's a race that's wide open. So what does it mean? First of all, before I continue, okay, so before I continue, if you click on my homepage link and scroll down a little bit until you get to the education section, click on the more info, and right here, here's our user guide. Okay, so you don't get overwhelmed by this. Don't think you have to learn everything that's in the user guide. The only reason I'm directing you to it is I'm going to go over this race, but this shows you the concept of TI stock racing. Okay, how you can set up your own with your own set of parameters, etc. Okay. So this is your guide because I don't expect anybody to remember, especially if you're new to this, what I go over here, but this is your reference, TI stock racing, okay? So what does that 2.95% mean? And I'm running a 4-minute race. You can have, just give me one moment. So you can run whatever time frame you want. Again, customizable. Okay, I'm running a 4-minute race. I just decided to run 4-minute races. You can run a 5-minute race, a 3-minute race. There's nothing magical about 4. So since the race started, so we're 3 minutes into this race. This one, PAVM, has moved the most, 4.77%. Okay, that's what that means. It has moved the most, and I'll explain that when I show you the top list window that it comes from. So it has moved the most, and what happens is over the course of the day, a top 10 list is built for you automatically of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Both races are like that. Now you can see in the number 1 position what the 3 means beside the fuse. Fuse has won 3 races today. And Dog Z has won 2 races, etc. But eventually there will be a top 10 list that has been built for you of the stocks that have won the most races. So, and you can see it's just like any other race. There's a juggling going on in the top position. So ASTI is now going to win this race. Okay. Remember, Pavim was at the top, but it did not win. So ASTI obviously won a race before because now it has won 2 races. But again, eventually there will be 10 stocks in here. Depends what you mean by your own scan conditions, Jay. There is a way, Jahazi. You cannot. Depends what you mean. When Trade Ideas started in 2003, they felt that most people did not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they tried to create a lot of different real-time alerts and a lot of filters that, for the most part, people could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. So it depends what your scan conditions are. If you list them here, I may be able to help. Okay. So in this race now, couple things. Number 1, I would not wait for a race to be over. You don't have to wait for a race to be over before you click on it. Okay. You don't have to, watch to see which one wins. If you see anything in this list, okay, I would click on it, just see what's happening. Look at MTVA, maybe it's setting up for you right now for your style of trading, as an example. The AXTI. If you see anything in this list, I would click on it. You see any stock that has won a race, click on it. See what it's doing now. Maybe it's setting up for your style of trading. For instance, not that this one is the CISS, but what if CISS was above the VWAP and it was pulling into it, moving into it? And if you're a bit of a VWAP player, maybe you look at that and think, okay, see if the VWAP acts as support, or maybe you've got a moving average on your chart, that the stock is pulling into. So it's not just seeing stocks that are at the high of the day. These stocks could have pulled back, and then they're making a move. And if they're making a big enough percentage move, you'll see it here. So again, I don't trade stocks under a dollar, but here's one that just moving over a dollar. RIME as an example. But when I look left, what do I see? I see, 113 is the next high. So for me, that's even if I really like this one, it's just too the next highs are too close for me. So I would not take that trade. Now, you may look at that completely differently from me and say, I don't care about that. It's fine. Okay, how to open the race. So VIR. So go to my homepage. Click on my homepage link and go down to the scan section. Okay. Now, do you know how to when you see this is the link for it right there. Okay, this what I'm talking about right now. That's the link for it. Do you understand how to click on the link and get it on your screen? If you don't, let me know. And others may have the same issue. I might see these links and say, well, I like the link. I wouldn't mind seeing it, but I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with the link. So let me know if that's your issue, or do you basically click on the link and then you know how to get it onto your monitor. I just need an answer, VIR, so I can either move on or show or help. Got it? Okay, great. Now, remember, for anybody who's loading anything, your race starts now. Okay, if you load this race, it's going to start now. Now meaning 10:14 Eastern time. So you're not going to see all these stocks. I started my race at 9:30, so that's why. So when I started my race, these are the ones that have won. So your race will start when you launch the race, and then you'll build your own top 10 list. So because people say, well, how come my race doesn't look like yours? Well, that's the reason. Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. Every 4 minutes, a new race starts. Yeah. And sometimes we see some stock that has won, 15, 20 races over the course of the day. Obviously, it should be followed. Doesn't mean that you just pile into a stock just because it wins a race. But you mean eventually at the end of the day, or, another, I'd say 30 minutes or almost for sure, there'll be a top 10 list. Okay. Maybe not almost for sure, but there will be a top 10. See here, there's a top 10 list. But if you see a stock that's won many, many races over the course of the day, yeah, I would certainly be following it all day long. Doesn't mean it's going to continue up though. But it's going to be very active. Here's Fuse. Some of you look at Fuse and you might think, okay, there's the VWAP, and it's just over 3. You have to have some experience trading. Again, some of you who are VWAP type players, they look at a stock like this and that purple line on the chart. We've got into it. Seems like it's acting as support over 3. It's up to you now whether or not you want to take the trade. Now, the question has to be, why are these stocks showing up? Yes, the number beside the rate, beside the symbol, means it won 3 races and got another minute and 30. If it maintains its lead in this race, it will have won its fourth race. And again, sometimes, some days you'll see a stock that has won, 10, 20 races. I mean, it's super active. Doesn't mean, but you just, automatically take the trade. But I mean, it's something you should be watching. Maybe, again, as I say, maybe it's pulling back into an area you like. So again, the question really should be now, though, why are these stocks showing up? Like, what makes these stocks special? So let me show you. So if I right click in the body of this race, one of the options, well, first of all, a big box pops up. One of the options is open top list. So I'm going to open the top list. So listen carefully. All races start from a top list window. Okay. So why are these stocks showing up in this particular top list window? I right click in the top list window. So what I'm looking for are stocks between $1 and $50, minimum volume 200,000 shares, and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So if a stock meets these requirements, you will see it in this window, okay, in this top list. That's number one. Number two, before we had races, the way, and you can still do this, of course, the way a person would use a top list window, show me the stocks that are up the most today. So as long as you have it as a column header, which I do, that little C% means the change from the close, yesterday's close, yesterday being Friday in this case. And I can double left click on it. And so the stocks that are in this list, I can rank them. So Roma is up 118% from Friday's close. Fuse is up 100%, etc. If I want to rank them on the change from the open, in other words, the opening trade of the day, what have they done from there? Here it is. Roma is leading in both, 129%. So you can use top lists, what are the stocks that are up the most in 5 minutes? The down the most in 5 minutes. Show me the stocks that are down the most today, things like that. That's how a top list works. You can rank stocks. So how it works in this race, though, it's pretty interesting. The race does not care, and watch also, when I right click on this race, notice, or on the top list, notice it says launch real-time stock race. So that's why I'm saying you can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters and then run the race on it. So what the race does, though, it doesn't care whether a stock is up the most from yesterday's close or down the most, or not down. Well, it has to be up in this particular case, has to be up at least 2%. All the race cares about is that since the race started, what stock in this list of stocks is moving the most percentage-wise. Now, most of the time, you're probably going to see stocks that are near the top here because these are super active stocks. But that doesn't mean to say that, here's a stock, IMMX has been fairly active over the last little while. It's up 5.8% from Friday's close. But what if all of a sudden IMMX just started to move? It's up 6%, 8%, 10%, okay, when the race started. Well, how are you going to know that? What are you going to do? Stare at a list of stocks and try to find a stock that is moving the most up in this race? Well, you don't have to do that. That's what the race does. That's what the race does. Well, you have to have some experience trading 162, okay? Just because the stock has won 4 races, which it has, it doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. If it's setting up for you, maybe it's maybe it's consolidating a little bit and then it's moving. Maybe it's over like a moving average that you like, or maybe the VWAP. All it's doing, it's just saying, yeah, super active stock, follow it. But there's no guide. It's not going to say, well, if a stock has won 4 races, then just take the trade without even thinking. No, I wish it were that simple. So hopefully now it's becoming clear that you can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters, meaning, maybe you don't like this price range. You have a different price range, minimum number of shares you want different. Maybe if you have any experience trading, want to add a filter in here. Okay, it's up to you. You can also create a symbol list or a watch list with just the stocks you want to follow. Okay, maybe you've got a basket of stocks that you like to follow every day. Maybe you have 20 or 30 stocks you like to follow every day. Or maybe at the end of the market, maybe you create a bunch of a list of stocks that you want to follow the next day. You can do that. You can take what we call a symbol list, attach it to the top list window, and then run the race just based on those stocks. And here's some people ask, well, why a 4-minute race, or can I adjust that? I'm just going to show you quickly. I'm going to duplicate this race. And then I click the square. That's going to stop the race. Remember, this is all in the guide. Then I right click and show the race setup. So here's how you can adjust it. So if you want to run a 5-minute race or 2-minute race or 10-minute race, the minutes to run right there. The other thing you can do is some of you can, if you check auto start on load as an example, then your race will start running the minute you load trade ideas. So if you run it, if you get in before the market, the 9:30 open, then your race it'll start to run before 9:30. I have decided for me to start the race at 9:30. Doesn't mean you have to. Okay, this is how you can control some of the simple things. And then this race, the reason why this race, you only see things like 0.52%. Just quickly show you, this is the top list. And interesting, like when we looked at this on Thursday and Friday, there are only about 3 or 4 stocks in here. Now, this is not a static list. Stocks will be added or subtracted from this list all day long, like this one also. But the reason why, I mentioned Twist earlier as an earnings play, not bad. The reason why there's not huge percentage moves here is because I added a couple of filters. Now, the price range is a little bit different, but these 3 filters are what really controls it. So here, the stock has to have a market cap minimum of $500 million, minimum float of 50 million. This also really controls it. This position in days range at 95. If that said 100, that would mean the stock would be right at the high of the day. Okay, so at 95% in that range, that means it's close. So in this one, that's what I want to see. I want to see stocks, larger cap stocks that are near the high of the day. That doesn't have to be what you want to see. Okay, so when I look at BRZE, it's going to be near the high of the day. See, right here, near the high of the day. So the real beauty of this 162, but you do have to have some trading experience, is that once, or this one, this one too. Once the top 10, when the top 10 list is built for you, it gives you some focus, just to focus on those stocks. Okay. So instead of jumping around from scan to scan to scan to scan, it gives you some focus of a top 10 list that is automatically built for you. Yeah, the Roma, wow. Now 113%. See, that came out of nowhere. That came out of literally nowhere. The other thing I would do is, like the Roma, when you get used to kind of watch, if this is all you're going to do, just watch this list of stocks and the ones that win, eventually what's going to happen, you're going to see a stock you haven't seen before. Eventually you kind of get used to the same stocks because, these are active stocks, but all of a sudden something comes in here that you haven't seen, and boy, click on it, see what's happening. Like the Roma. I mean, the Roma was one of them. I hadn't seen that one. It hadn't won a race. So much for the short on AQST, guys. Never did it. PBM. Any news on it? Okay, let's take a look. This is from Steve in our YouTube room. PBM. Is there any news on PBM? Not much volume. I mean, yeah, 23 times normal, but um, well, this is halted due to pending news that I can see. This was halted. This was halted. This was halted at 3:30 this morning. Quotation resumes when? So this is. I don't see the news on it. I don't think the news has been. I don't think today anyway. I don't think the news has been disseminated. Well, I'm not sure it's closed. Or sorry, I don't think it's traded. Well, maybe. It did get halted here. So I don't know what the news is. I know they had some news on the 22nd, but that is not announces the adjournment of the annual and special shareholders meeting. But that was on the 22nd. Don't know. Don't have any news. Anybody have any PBM news? You see, I mean, look at the DOGZ after it came out of the halt. I mean, it's up 13% now since the race started. Jahazi, did you hear my answer? So I mentioned Twist earlier, guys, as an earnings play, and after a little bit of froth, I mean, it has been moving pretty nicely, actually. This is an earnings play, TWST. And another one that's halted, guys. My guess is a very low float, 1.4 million in the float. Another China stock, GLHL. Hardly any volume. Look where it could open. So there's the halt at 595. Potential open could be 8. I don't think it's going to do that, but remember now, these are 5-minute halts. And so within the 5-minute period, this number can change a lot. Though it does look it's probably the only news trading gram. But let's take a look, see if there is any news on it. I don't see any news. Aroma. Just a low float China stock. Well, actually, it's not even a low float. It's not even a low float China stock. I mean, it's China, but 52 million. It's not low compared to the rest of them. So I don't know what's going on. Usually the groups that get a hold of these, they have to be very, very low. That's a big move with that, even with that float, 52 million in the float. Morning, Ahmed. Okay, now fuse to me, see what it's doing. So, there it is right at the VWAP. So if you're a bit of a VWAP player, you'd be watching this to see whether or not that purple line, is it going to hold? Is it going to hold it, act as support? Now, the trend is turning down. You can see the orange there. It is starting to turn down, but the VWAP may act as support. Now, Roma, that is too often, but Roma is looking at for interactive brokers, no shares available. Not even well. If you want, we'll try to find some for you. It's just basically is not available for short sale. No ifs, ands, nor buts. Okay. Yeah, well, good for you, Training Ram. I mean, I don't think I had shorts available. Yeah, no shorts available, interactive brokers. So I mean, it's through the two, it's right at the VWAP still. I mean, it's still right at the VWAP area. And if it really clears it, that'll probably, yes, turn into a great short. Okay, now Viridian, too bad. I look left. This could have been interesting. I love the ones that are just over the whole number, which is now 3404. But the high looking left is 3423. So no idea what you mean by that unusual tech. A lot of shenanigans out there. And with a reference to Canada, I don't understand that at all. Boy, Cat X, guys, this is took its time. Okay, how about EQ? I hadn't seen EQ before. So EQ and the next, too bad. I look left and I just see where it could easily stall. All right, Roma. So you're saying that IB won't let you can't even buy IB or buy Roma at IB. Okay. I mean, well, boy, that flashed up to $9 and right back down to 761, and now moving again. So you're going to be really nimble on something like that one. Yeah, CJMB just got halted. CJMB just got halted. Another one, 1.62 million. Not well, I don't even know where they're out of. Let me see if I can get the flag. No flag. So yeah, I know it's a pretty big float, SKM, for a stock to be moving like that. Yeah, SJ. I wonder where they're out of. SJ, CJBM or MB. It is USA. Thank you. I wonder why we don't see the flag. Okay, Sora. Yeah, didn't Sora? Oh, Sora just came out of its halt. Okay, SORA. Another China stock. Wow. All right. You know what? We cannot do this, guys. We cannot do this. Sorry, Dwayne. I'm just going to. Yeah, nothing to do with you, and I'm going to get rid of the other one. Okay. Yeah, just don't want to get into politics into this room. That's okay. That's okay. Okay, guys, let's see now. Boy, the Cat X. So this was a sneaky one. And I mean, look what it did pre-market. Just kind of, did really nothing. Then all of a sudden, it just got going. But again, unusual. That is your opinion. Okay, that is your opinion. Hello, Zane in our YouTube room. Zane in our YouTube room. So, guys, there's the fuse. The fuse. Look what it did. I mean, I'm not saying to take the trade, but look what it did. I know, and I'm not trying to go against anybody who is short this. I think there's somebody who was short, but look what it did. It was hanging around the VWAP area, that purple line. and maybe it launches itself, especially if it can get over three. What's the news on CatX? Yeah, you know what? I mean, they did a financing at 375, and market didn't really care. Just give me a moment. So I guess PBM just opened. Did PBM open? No, it's still halted. I don't know why it's showing up here. PBM is still halted. Oh, nice, nice, Steve. I know you were talking to, weren't you talking to Steve Gomez about that in our YouTube room? I thought so because I know he was a big silver player. Well, good for you. What is silver doing right now? I know it was down about 2% earlier. Wow, still moving down. Wow. I mean, look at this. I mean, this that's about what, a 30 or 40% move down from the highs here. And then gold, what's gold doing? Yeah, see, silver is moving down more than silver is definitely more volatile than gold. Well, it is now anyway, has been. I mean, it's hard though, isn't it? Because there must have been moments, Steve, for you, should I do it here? Should I do it here? Should I do it here? Should I, you know what I mean? Like all these moves that it had kept moving higher and higher. And you wonder at what point. You mean the ETF? Like to buy the ETF for silver? Buy it as if you're shorting it? Yeah, I don't know. Somebody must know. Yeah, I don't. ZS, but is that okay? Is that that's the short? Yeah, that's the one. Thank you, Matt. I know this. Wow. I mean, look how cheap it is. So if you thought that silver was going to continue down, I mean, look, remember now, this is when silver was moving higher, higher, higher. So this is the short. This is a two-time short. So if you thought silver was going to keep moving down, look at the volume, 194 million. You'll get double the move, double the move. But remember, if silver has a pop, say silver pops 1%, this is going to move down 2%. So I know you know that unusual, but anybody watching this, but how cheap is that after being just beaten up for? Look at this. Oh, jeez. Is that Steve? Is that after the Hunt brothers cornered the market, and then the collapse after that? It was pretty wild. Just one trade. Okay, I'm not going to talk about it because well, I sort of talked about it, but just one trade for me so far. But I'm not. I talked about it a little bit earlier. Hint, hint. It was the with the CEO, and it could be a lotto trade for me. The CEO with a very, very highly promotional press release. Yeah, you know what? There are shares available for me at Interactive Brokers to short this CATX. So, no, that's right. I remember seeing that in the pre-market too. Hmm. Last week's high was 620. However, it is still moving, guys. So I'm not. It's above Friday's high, which was 480. See, I mean, $5 could be a stall. You know, I mean, it's not a low float. 61 million in the float, 62 million in the float. Not a low float stock. But is it going? Is it going to get? Is it going to get through five? Now, if it does get through five, I mean, 616 is the next high. Amen. Okay, I know you like to monitor these stocks that have had upgrades, etc. And what are they trying to do? Create a new element? Definium initiated a buy. That's on the 30th by Jeffries. Any price target? Let's see if there's any price targets. $30 by Jeffries. Okay. I mean, it's going to get there, but oh, so that's what you're saying, 30 to 36. I see Cantor did also. I don't see the price target, but okay. Maybe they did 36. All right. Boy, this Cat X, guys, I mean, it's just flirting with that 5 level. Okay, just for you, 162, it's GME. Yeah, look at this. I mean, it is just boy, take the short and maybe take myself out if it gets up over 5. All right, guys. Well, let's see if this one works. The Cat X short. Okay. Always tricky to try to figure out what a top is, but this is still a very strong stock, so it's probably just going to be more like a scalp short for me. Well, if you're talking about the GME, okay, I mean that's just a lotto play. Read the. I had a price alert for GME at 25 that I put, I think, a couple of weeks ago. And then when I read that highly promotional, there's still some GME followers out there. So I just took it's just a lotto play, really. I wouldn't call it. I mean, breaking over 25, nice. What I call a lotto play, I'm not taking a lot of shares, but you never know what could happen. So, well, the number one criteria for me to go long on a trade, especially if the stock has hit a new high of the day, is to look left to see if there's room. That almost tells me immediately whether or not I'm going to take a trade. Now, it doesn't mean just because the stock hits a new high of the day that I'm going to take the trade. Because I mean, if it's something that's super extended, I won't do it. But the very first thing I do is just look left and check to see whether or not, in my opinion, it would have still some room to move on a daily chart. If I can't see the next high on a daily chart, then I look on a weekly, and sometimes I have to look at a monthly. But I would so that's why now the Cat X is obviously, I mean, this is more of a short for me. I saw the way it was struggling to get through 5, but now it's oops, just give me a moment. So I took myself out. It was just this was just going to be a skull. So now if it can get over 5, this becomes a potential long for me, just because it's got the room. So that was just a scalp short for me. No, I mean, the float, the market cap makes no difference to me. It's just that the stocks that you see here, the ones that are really moving typically are going to be low float, low market cap, but I don't scan for that. If something is moving, I like it. I mean, these are all large cap stocks. I mean, something could be right in here that I like it. So it's got nothing to do with the market, like the market cap or the float. It's just that when I refer to the float, it's just because if you see a stock up 200%, well, you can almost rest assured it's because of the float. Okay. Okay, guys, the Cat X is on the move here. Oh, nice. Okay, guys, I've taken some off. Okay. The reason, I mean, this has gone a little parabolic on the two. Now, had I been in and down here, I would not have taken any off. Well, yes, I would have taken some off, and not, I would not have got out of my entire position just looking at the wave. Interesting how it traded. I mean, did nothing for almost several hours after the big pop in the pre-market, and then really did nothing. And it's an offering. I mean, they did 175 million, raising 175 million. It's a lot of money, obviously, and they did it at 379. So it's well above the financing price now. Now I know that Romo showed up as a short in our AI. I just don't know how many people would have had shorts available. Because it's a great looking move, 46%, but I just don't know how many people would have had shorts available. All right, guys. Let's see what else is happening here. So there's the another one that's been very active is OPTX. I don't mean just today. In the past, OPTX, but it's got a little bit of room. $7 to the 7 level, a little bit of room. Not enough for me. Gits. We saw that one all last week. Wow. Okay. Keep an eye on Gits, guys. Why? Well, look at the high on Friday, 670. Very low float. Um, Not a lot of volume. Okay. The volume is only like the relative volume is only 0.63. Now, a lot of it is skewed because of what happened on that day. Remember, the relative volume is the one would be average. Okay. One would be normal. So, but again, a lot of it is skewed because of these 2 days. It's comparing itself to these 2 days. But GITS over 4. What's the spread like? 408. I think PBM just yeah, PBM just came out of its halt and just got halted again. Well, Roma got halted again on the way down, I think, yes? Or sorry, it just resumed. It just resumed. Look at all these halts resumed. JLHL resumed, but on the way down. Okay, here's another one just over the whole number, BRZE. And this, now the next high looking left is 2231. Well, guess what? Too close for me. See, that's all I'm doing. 2231, stock's at 2211, too close. You know, had the next highs been up here around the 25 level, I'd be very, very interested in this one. Give me one more move, one more move. Yeah, that's it for me in the Cat X, guys. I mean, I was hoping I might get into the 60s, but a couple of topping tails right here. Okay. I maintained just because it was following the wave. But so now doesn't mean it's completely over for the day. So what I'll put a price alert around 540, see if it gets back up to that area. Well, that was trading like a real low float stock. Well, it already. I'm not. I didn't. I'm not going to. I'm not going to take it now. I mean, it's too. I mean, the next high. I mean, it's still far enough away, 615. But had I been in earlier, like way earlier, I would still. I would still be in some of this just based on the wave. Okay, the wave is still strong, blue wave. But the fact that I got in just over five, I mean, it's harder to hold on, even though the wave is telling me I should be holding on some. And so, by the way, if anybody wants to know how to add the wave to your charts, just let me know. This is part of the standard service. Okay. I use it. I use it just as a nice guide, visual guide. Helps me keep into trades a lot longer than I ever used to. Oh man, see, I should have trusted the wave. But again, I wasn't in. I was. If I'd been in down here, I could have trusted this a little bit more. But wow. I mean, look, it's challenging now. That high right there, 620. That's the high last month. The same thing. It takes that out. I have to put a price alert there. I mean, who knows? Maybe it will take it out. So Zane, in our YouTube room, you said hi a long time ago. I don't know. Maybe you had me on mute, or if you have a question. Probably not a bad idea. If it can't get through 6, I mean, there is the next high, 616. Oh, yeah, it's too late now. I mean, it's actually looking like maybe a maybe a short again, but it's strong, boy. I mean, see the volume? The volume is persisting. It has not dropped off. Guys, maybe a potential bounce play, okay, for Planet Lap PL. Maybe a potential bounce. I mean, the trend is still weak, but it's trying to hold 23, and the next low looking left is actually 21, 2183. There's a high there of 2320. A low, sorry, low there of 2320. Let's see if it holds that because if it does, this might be an interesting bounce play. I mean, it's weak though. Let's see if there's any specific reason for it to be weak like this. I don't see any news on PL, Planet Labs, specifically. Yeah, it's a great move off, but it is a great move off that offering. 3 7. I mean, they're raising a lot of money. See, that would have been the better short instead of the short on the break of 5 for me. Give me a moment, guys. All right. Yeah, great short. Great short. I did not take the short. Again, as I mentioned, that was a way better short than the break of 5. Okay, Zane, sounds like you have some trading experience. Good. I'm talking to Zane in a YouTube room. I mean, this is intriguing me. This PL, the potential bounce. It's 23 is trying to hold, or is it? What I'd like to see is that orange curl up into a blue. So let me take a look at it on a 1 minute chart. I doubt if it's doing that on a blue. No, it's still not doing that. So I'm going to back off. If we get a curl though, and it turns blue, might be interesting. That's a great short. Yeah, tough to be a well, swing trading, it's certainly I'm talking to Zane in our YouTube room. I don't swing trade at all. Okay, Oric. Oric just over the whole number of 11. Let's see what it's doing. The next high looking left is 1120. Wow. Okay, look, if it can take that out, then you've got so here's an example. This is a stock that is in this list of stocks, and it's not a low float, 96 million. So it's not that it's restricted to low float stocks. It's just that typically for a stock in the list to put on a decent percentage move, usually it's going to be a low float stock. Well, you can kind of see though, if Oric can take out that high of 2 days ago, it has a chance. Boy, it's all about timing, isn't it? I mean, look at the CADX now. Fantastic short that I'm not in. See if there's any news on ORIC. I don't see any news. But there has to be news. Somebody asked me earlier, do I need news? I don't need news. I mean, it's a bonus. It can be a bonus if there's news, of course, but I don't need news to take a trade. I'll always check to see if there is some news, but I don't need news. I mean, a lot of these little China stocks that are going crazy, there's no news. There is no news that you're really going to find for most of them. Zane, if you want to come into a room that's a little more active, you can. I don't know if you may not be aware of it. Give me a moment. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, Zane, and I'm talking to Zane in our YouTube, look at Fuse. I mean, remember how it held the VWAP, guys? I mean, it didn't move immediately, but That was a nice little VWAP play if that's your style of trading. So Zane, if you click on my homepage link, and you will see, scroll down just a little bit here, and trading room. It's free also. Okay, it is free also. Just a lot more action in this room. And also, this room is open as a general information for everybody. This room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Okay. I don't get on the mic both rooms until 9, but it is open till 6:45. And when I leave, I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30 Eastern time. William normally keeps this room open after I leave, and today he has said he's going to keep it open till 3:45. Okay. So yeah, so there's more action in this room if that's what you're looking for. Gonna be hard on the phone, Jahazi. We're not really set up for phone alerts. Okay. Just to be upfront, we're really not set up to issue phone alerts. Okay, guys. Yeah, I just had a confirmation. Chris Varley at Trade Ideas will take over for me in our YouTube room in about 40 minutes from now. I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time, and one of the other traders at Trade Ideas takes over for me in our YouTube room. And again, because it's Monday, it'll be Chris Varley. No push. No, there is no push notification. No. Yeah, there you go, guys. There's PL starting to move. If you were, I didn't take it. I'm just pointing out an opportunity. This is a potential. I was actually my guess is that if I take a look at it on a 1 minute chart, we might get a little blue. There you go. A little bit of blue. Okay. So the trend is trying to change. Wow. Where's William? Where are you, William? Okay, guys, just come on. Did silver finally hit a bottom? Well, I don't know, but let's take a look at SLV. Wow. Well, at least it's bouncing. It is bouncing for sure. I mean, does that mean a bottom? I mean, it's bouncing today. There's the VWAP though. Okay. There is the VWAP. Will it stall it? Will the VWAP stall it? I mean, that could be the key right there. I mean, will the bounce be over just because of the VWAP? Mhm. So I see PBM got thumped down, but now it's trying to come back a little bit, and it just got halted. Okay, or was halted. Well, it's just a computer program that kicks in 162. Okay, there's no, I mean, a very simple explanation. There's more to it than that, but if a stock moves up or down significantly in a short period of time, it just gets halted. It's just a program kicks in and halts it, and it usually halts it for 5 minutes. Volatility usually halts it for 5 minutes. It's just a computer program. It's just a program that kicks in. Most days there are lots of them. Most days there are a lot of stocks that get halted, and sometimes many times. PHOE has been halted 9 times. PBM, well, it says 11. Some days you'll see a stock that's halted 20 or 30 times. Oh, I see. Okay, you made it over, Zane. Well, I don't know. I don't really know where I think silver could end up. But if you look at the daily chart for it, if you just look at SLV, I mean, the next low is down here, 66. I'm only talking about SLV. Okay, I'm not talking about the metal itself. But I mean, it tracks it obviously. But that would be but it is trying. But right here, it's at the VWAP for today. I mean, maybe it has a bigger bounce, but right now it's right at the VWAP. Will the VWAP stall it? It's that purple line in my chart. A lot of people will look at that and think, okay, that could be either resistance on the way up, or if it breaks, so two things. Okay, if the stock is coming down into the VWAP, a lot of people will look at that and go, okay, let's see if that acts as support and bounces off it. But if the stock is moving up from the bottom into it, will that act as resistance? PBM coming out of the halt price is no big clue. 619. There's your halt, 617. So no big clue. Now, interesting. Oric showing up in both scans or both races here. We showed up in this race earlier, and it's showing up in this race. Oric has actually won 3 races in the large cap. But It's as you can see, these are not they're just not as volatile as these ones. So I mean, yeah, it's wonderful if you're on the right side. What is this one? SHMD. I don't think I've seen this one before. The Schmidt Group. This is out of Germany, right? Yeah, Germany. So another one pulling into the VWAP. So if you're a VWAP player, pulling into the VWAP, will that act as support? But look at the spread. Not a great spread. 983.10. Not a great spread. Give me one moment, guys. Okay, guys, I'm back. I was going to say a bad holding, Pablo. Okay, a bad hold, BKD holding over the whole number. Okay, BKD from Pablo in our YouTube room. BKD holding. Yeah, it is Brookdale. I mean, this has been a great little run. I mean, 12, $13 3 days ago, 16 now. These a lot of these senior living places are REITs. They've been doing very well, very well. If you guys were in the room on Friday, I took this one and I held it all day. Okay, I took it actually in the pre-market right around $10. This was a real lotto play, another what I call a lotto play. It worked out okay, but it took a long time. I still have a price alert set up here. This is this China stock, low, not a crazy low one, but I put a price alert up in this area just to see if it can take this out sometime. Probably not today. May never happen, but I want to know about it if it does. In fact, let me see how well our stocks like this is working right now. Working a little bit better, guys. So this is the competitors. Okay, so I typed in BKD. Well, I had it up here, lagging a little bit. Yesterday it was lightning fast, but so here you can see some of the competitors of BKD as an example. Okay, now the problem we've had in the past is sometimes you see stocks that you think, well, wait a minute, that's not a competitor, but I just clicked on the INNV and I wanted to make sure it appears high cost, frail, and predominantly do. Yeah, so I mean, it's definitely a competitor. So you can take a look at stocks that are competitors to BKD and see how they're doing too. Maybe something is lagging. You know what I forgot to do? Ugh. Well, better late than never. So I'm going to click on new from the toolbar and then click on dock channel bar. And then these are all theme-based channels. Okay, I'm going to click on the show more. And I'm going to click on where are you? Sector status. Forgot to do this. Like to do this before 10:30. Another way to use trade ideas, okay? Some of you, this might be how you use trade ideas. So what you're seeing here in the sectors, now is every single sector in here? Of course not, but these are the ones that we are following, okay? So today, IYT, which is the transportation ETF, okay? This is the top performing sector in this sector list that we've got here. Again, we don't have every single sector. So IYT is the top performing sector. Now, what we don't have are the stocks that make up IYT, but you could do it. You could, easily do it yourself. But let me go down here and show, well, what's the worst sector? Well, guess what? Silver is still the worst sector. SLV down 6%, 6.5%, gold. And so these three, these is the nukes and the uranium. This is the nukes and uranium ETF, NLR. Okay. And this is energy, XLE. Now, what is that? It's interesting. 68% are up. The sectors are up for the day, but 31% are down, but some of them are down a lot. So that's how you can very quickly check to see what the best sector is, the worst sector is. So if you wanted to take a silver trade, what I would be doing is I'd be saying, okay, I would want to have perhaps this chart up and running somewhere, thumbnailed, to see what's happening. You can see, yeah, it had a little run up, but now look at what's happening. So if you thought, okay, is silver bouncing? Well, I would have this chart somewhere so you can keep an eye on it. So if you're going to take a silver play, because most of the silver plays, unless they have news on their own, will be tracking it. Okay, so that's one way to just sort of very quickly see what the top and worst performing sectors are very quickly. Now, we do have for, I think, 10 of the sectors, 11. Yeah, we have 11 sectors that we are tracking. So, for instance, look at energy. So energy, 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are down for the day. So what I'd be doing, I'd be looking at, well, I wonder what one is up or two are up, and why, I wonder. BKR. So BKR is actually, it's not up a lot. It's only up 0.9%. But what if it were up, I don't know, 2 or 3%? That would probably be pretty interesting to look at, considering it would be running completely counter to the rest of its sector is doing. But the other thing to do, of course, is, well, what's the worst one in this sector? And there's the EQT. Okay, down 4%. OKE down 4.1%, etc. Okay, so this could be something that for some of you, that's all you do. You just look at the major sectors, find the stocks that are the best, find the stocks that are the worst, and maybe find a way to trade them. Look at utilities, 95% are down. So the only one, again, it's only up 0.2%, but ETR is, for whatever reason, is sort of bucking the trend, but not by much. But again, move down. CEG, the worst one in this sector. You look at technology, XLK. Most of them look at, Western Digital up 7%, STX, etc. But go down to the bottom here. What's the worst one? Looks like IT. Yeah, IT, the worst one, down 2%. Now, what I'd do is I'd say, okay, and you can see that this is an earnings spike tomorrow, February 3rd pre-market. So it's possible that, people are selling this ahead of earnings. Just another way of using our data. Some people might just stay on this channel the whole day. And again, it's called the sector status channel. And the way to access it is you click on new from the toolbar and then dock to channel bar. And these are all theme-based channels. Click on the show more and then down to the sector status. Okay. Fuse, look, it's been choppy. I wouldn't call this easy, but a couple of times it did hold the VWAP, but even holding the VWAP, it was sort of choppy. Finally got up here, which would have been, excellent, of course, but now it's testing the VWAP again. Vroom, VRRM. William is talking about that one. Hmm. Little bounce play for you. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I am back for another little over 15 minutes. Again, Chris Farley will take over for me in our YouTube room. Oric, guys, ORIC. I mean, I just wish if it takes this out, it might be really good. 1120, 1120. So, Barry, you, of course, I know Barry with a Y. I know you probably know that this is a earnings play after hours today, Palantir, PLTR. So this is, let's see if I can, let's take a look at SMR. This might be a great way to do this. It's just it might not have everything and might look a little strange. You see, remember showing you, I was showing you in the sector status. So some of them we don't have top lists for. For instance, NLR, we don't have it. So I thought maybe we could put SMR, which should be part of it. Yeah, yeah, give me a moment. You see that has been the issue in the past. I know I'm sort of talking to myself, but SMR, which of course is a nuke. So what we want to see is all the nukes in here, but obviously AQST, etc. Roma, they're not nukes. That's too bad because otherwise it'd be so simple then to create a symbol list just of the SMR, but it's just for whatever reason it's just not doing it. Because obviously we should see NNE, OKLO, LTBR, all the other nukes in here, but we're just not seeing them. Okay, maybe a little bit interesting here. Okay, the CADX. This is a short from our AI, and now if you have our AI, you notice there's a reentry column. So yeah, the short was at 498, but it hit the stop 513, and I think what happened from there is that when it whipped up? No, no. Okay. So this was after the big run. So what happened is, so this is actually pretty good. I mean, I wish I'd seen this. Um, so 498 was the suggestion to short, and it would have been right around here. Okay, right there. But then it popped up. There was a stop at 513, but look what happened. There's a reentry because it got back halfway between the original short opportunity or alert price and the exit price, which was 505. And so You could have taken it there, and very nice. If you don't have the reentry, if you're not using the reentry, we're looking at it. You really should be, in my opinion, if you have our AI, because just look at it this way. Maybe the AI was just a little bit early on the alert, and gives you an opportunity to actually get in at a better price. Now, does it always work that way? No. Good grief, this is so ugly. I know this is an AI alert, but guys, when you see a 2-minute chart that looks like this, just run. No, don't even bother on the CTNM. All right, guys. Well, I've got another 10 minutes or so left. So if you have any questions before I leave, not for the day, but just for my break between 12 and 1, good time to ask. We'll go over just quickly my homepage again. Keep an eye on that ORIC, guys. ORIC. It takes out 1120. You would have some room. So again, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas using my promo code Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And it doesn't matter whether you got a standard or a premium subscription. And if you're looking for information that I'm currently sharing, scans, the races that you're seeing here's how you can get it. Click on the scan section. Here are the two races that you see, the big large cap gainers right here. The other one without any limitation right here. The halts resumes is down here. So those are the ones you can actually see. But as you can see, I do have other ones that I'm sharing. And this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. So PL had a little bit of a bounce, guys, but now the trend is continuing down. PL, the trend is continuing down, breaking down through that whole number of 23. This could be an interesting short. Let's take a look left. The next low is 21.90. There's a dollar. I'm not going to do, I'm taking my break. So but there's a dollar to the next low here. So yeah, wasn't a bad little bounce, but the bounce is over for a while anyway. Boy, if you kept in that Cat X short, that is a great short, Trading Ram. I don't know if you did, but All right, this mRNA, I've been seeing it. Did it win a race yet? Did not win a race. Did not win a race. Doesn't mean it's bad. Like, the problem, sometimes the problem with the races, some stock could finish 10 times, or 10. The stock could finish second 10 times, and you're not going to see it in this list. Doesn't mean it's bad, though. I had actually asked the company a long time ago, could we somehow have a list of the stocks that finish in the top three? Oh, it went really well. Can't you see? I have it on another monitor. I've been hiding it from you guys. How did that go? That definitely was a laugh out loud for me, Pepe. All right, guys. Well, again, wild one. JLHL. At least they did this. We asked them for this. Okay, Pepe. So you got to, give the company some credit. They did this, so the last winner will show up here because sometimes the last winner isn't cracking the top 10. So at least in this case it did, but at least the last winner was showing up. Oh, 10 to 12 inches. Wow, William. And crazy. I mean, seriously, in Vancouver, we've had not one snowflake this winter. Not one. All right, guys, here's BNAI. Okay, so is it all over? Maybe not. $34 or so is the next high. Looking left, because this was a wild one last week. BNAI. Okay, guys, it's 11:56. So what I'm going to do now is put the YouTube link in the main room. So if you want to head over and listen to Chris while he does his 12 to 1 stint. So this is the link to get into YouTube. YouTubers don't go anywhere, of course. And I'll just put my announcement. Okay, now Okay, look, this may not be completely over. I don't mean it's going to make new highs of the day, but IPW, very, of course, strong one in the pre-market and all, but it's pulled all the way back. Blue wave now. Well, Bjorn, you made out extremely well with that. What was the EZPW or something on Friday, right? Wasn't it easy? No, no, I know you're not in it now. ELPW, sorry, ELPW. ELPW, and I know you're not in it now. Yeah, 262 to 1250. I remember. Couldn't hold on to that 15, could you? Gosh, some of these are so ugly looking on a because of all the halts, all these little gaps on the 2 minute. They look so ugly. What? Yeah, this only had 8 halts. ELPW on the way down has had 13 halts. All right, I heard a little pop, so I think Chris Varley's in our YouTube room right now. So, guys, I will take my break. I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room, and we'll see you guys in about 1 hour. Chris, I know we had a problem last week. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. And I can hear, maybe I had a problem. I couldn't hear you, but I can certainly hear you today.
Good to know. I know, Microsoft, you just never know with the pathing of the speakers and the microphone. They just love to change stuff for no reason whatsoever.
Or is it StreamYard?
I think it's a little bit of both because it happens to me with StreamYard, with Slack. The only one it doesn't happen that often with is Zoom. Just very occasionally with Zoom, but Slack does it to me all the time. It just changes all of a sudden to a microphone that I haven't used in 3 years.
Are you still Zooming?
Yeah, for like the business development deals that Andy and I are always doing, it's usually a Zoom. Like all the meetings with TradeStation have been Zoom. Same with MooMoo,
Gotcha.
so on.
Where do we stand with TradeStation anyway?
Ron is testing. He's figuring out how to exclude the options data, or not data, but we don't want it. We want Brokers Plus to just show people stock positions. When we try to pull in the options positions that they have, it breaks things. So we have to be able to block stuff like that, money market funds, things like that. So that's where he was on either Thursday or Friday of last week. I'm crossed my fingers that a couple of more days of testing on his end, and then they start to make their way towards a possible internal build for TradeStation.
Oh, cool. Now, do they offer a free commission now too, or no?
They have free commissions. You don't have to pay for data. They've got a much better support team than IBKR or anybody else. You can call and actually get a person from TradeStation on the phone.
It's funny, TradeStation is not available in Canada, but a long time ago, I did have TradeStation because they allowed it in to trade the futures in Canada. And so I took a foray into futures, and it wasn't fun. This is back about 2007, okay? Or even a little bit earlier. And but anyway, but then they, for whatever reason, said, no, sorry, Canadians, we're not even going to allow you to use our product to trade futures.
Yeah. Oh well, all right. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
'Cause
Anyway,
talking with them, I'm fairly big on them right now. The two fellows that we've been dealing with, like real straightforward shooters, and been there every step of the way. Nothing like the experience that we had with Trade Zero, for example. I mean, that was just a nightmare. What
right.
went on with Trade Zero, unfortunately. So I'm
Yeah,
really
no, I
hopeful that
agree.
this is a really nice and easy and smooth transition, not transition, but relationship for us, and
I
it
get
looks
you.
like it's going to be.
Yeah. No, I agree. They were really nice to deal with. They were very apologetic. They said, it's out of our hands. There's
Yeah,
nothing wanted to do it. But you're completely right. I had talked to them fairly extensively because I didn't know what I was doing then. So
I don't believe it.
oh yeah, there was a time, Chris. There was a time. Okay, Chris.
Yes, go
So
get your break.
yeah, oh, it's 12:03. Okay, I'll take my break
No
right now.
rush
Thank
back. No rush back.
Okay.
All right, we'll see you in a little bit. Bye bye, Barry. So, all right, everybody, Barry on his way to a break. Happy Monday to you all. And as per usual, doing this as an open forum, so no pre-done content. Let you folks drive the content of this show with your questions, what you want to see on the software, anything you have questions with, so on and so forth. As always, if you're all just going to give me the silent treatment, I'll do my best to keep this engaging and informative relative to trade ideas in the general market. So with that said, don't be shy, get those questions in for me. And I guess, while I wait for questions to come in, just to touch a little bit more on what Barry and I were discussing, we are working on a Brokerage Plus connection with TradeStation currently. As Barry alluded to, unfortunately, no Canadian option on that, unfortunately. But for those of you that are US based and either use Brokerage Plus or thought about using Brokerage Plus, Interactive Brokers, while generally it's been a very reliable and solid connection over the years, they do charge for data. It's not a ton. Depending on how much commissions you're generating, it could be in between $14.50 and $4.50 a month. But they also charge commissions in general too. So that's kind of TradeStation doesn't charge for either one of those. You get them. That's it. You have a funded account in TradeStation. You get your market data for the API. And you get no commission trading. Also, anybody that has had the privilege of an issue with Interactive Brokers knows that it is not like virtually impossible. It's impossible to get anybody on the phone. They don't take phone calls anymore at Interactive Brokers unless you have an outstanding open ticket with them that you can prove they can't answer via their online support / email support. So really no phone support at all for them. A lot of people get away with no phone support or they don't need it, but there are occasions where talking to someone on the phone is helpful, and especially when it comes to the brokers. Not a bad thing to offer. Anywho, I'd ballpark realistically TradeStation connection no sooner than a month from now. And that's assuming that everything goes perfect over the next month. Anywho, come all with the questions. Don't be shy. Don't leave me hanging. Okay, I can see no questions are coming in. So, all right, fine. Be that way. Which I can do on that. Let's we haven't done any sectors in a couple of weeks at least, I would say. So let's jump through some sectors. Let's go with stuff that's up. Let's just look at over the last year where we are on some sectors here. So let's see. IYZ for telecommunications. It has been a juggernaut for the most part and starting to make a nice little move here. I actually want to move this here. This way we can see my single stock window there. So yeah, looking back on IYZ, let me give a little scroll back out as well. And we can see, a nice steady gradually move, really kind of consolidated, got just above that consolidation level for a new consolidation level, and now it's running back at it. Not a bad looking ETF as far as liquidity goes, because you can find some of these ETFs that are trading a few 100,000 shares on the day, so it's hard to know what they make of that. Yeah, you got it, Pepe. I know for anybody, just to touch back on the TradeStation thing there, for anybody that automates any strategies and has been using IBKR for years, while obviously if you've been doing it that long, the system works and all those things like that. But look, it wouldn't be a terrible thing for anybody doing that to not pay commissions and broker fees every month anymore. I don't know how much it would change what you're doing as far as the performance for any of those people, but never hurts to pay a little less on anything you can. And let's not pretend like the brokers aren't making plenty of money other ways anyways. So SLV thoughts. My thoughts are, if you didn't own it 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago before it went crazy, stay the hell away from it. I don't even know what it looks like over the last 3 days, but I'll bet it looks like a mess. Hey, I was right. The last time I looked at this chart was either this day or this day, probably. So, yeah, like, what do you do with something like that? If you got a trading plan on it, great. But aside from that, after a crazy move like that, you have no idea. We never have an idea of what a stock or a sector or commodity is going to do in general. I'd say it's even less after a move like that. Is this a reasonable area for it to have pulled back to? I don't know. If I wanted to use my position 20-day low, sure, why not? It's catching up to it now, and seems like an area that it could bounce. But the shorts may smell blood in the water and come after silver in general. After a drop like that, and you're gonna have a number of people that are bag holding from, I'll say, anywhere from here through here at this point, and they're just praying to get even and sell. So there's going to be supply coming from up here and dropping it on any willing buyers that are on the way up, is my guess too. So, I wouldn't be running after this at this point. I'd let it settle for at least a few days, if not more. But, that's just what my trading plan says to do. That's not a right or wrong answer here. And for all I know, this thing could be back over 100 in 1 or 2 days. Is it possible? Absolutely. It could also be down here at 60 in 1 or 2 days. Both of those are very possible scenarios. So it's just one of those charts now that, I wouldn't be going after at this point. I can understand why people would want to. But I think there are more sound setups out there, at least for me anyways. I still like ALPD here. I want to see this hold this level that it's kind of fighting around. Got this area down here. It's fighting through it. Now it's trying to use it as support. Like to see it do that. I've done well on it recently. I don't have a position in it now. I'd like to see it get back over 36 and change, 36.50 to 37 for me to be interested in that again. That's a much nicer risk reward scenario setup for me as far as that's concerned. ON, went kind of batty last week a little bit. Don't be shy. Go ahead and change chart. Went a little bit batty last week with that, but then look where it's pulled back into the 60 level. It's really defending it. Couldn't get up and through 60, couldn't get up and through 60, couldn't get up and through 60 back here. Now it's turning 60 into support. So, it's another setup that I like. So that's what I'd stay focused. I'd stay away from noise. Silver's become noise now, and that's not that it's not relevant, and don't follow it. But just be careful, trying to chase it now and hoping that it runs itself back up to where it was. And then the other side of you were looking short on it, never short in the hole. So let me just bring that back up. What do I mean by never short in the hole? Well, this is what I mean. This thing's already had quite the fall from grace now, right? It's already down here. So like I wouldn't be shorting it down here either, right? So it just made such wild moves to both sides that, you're wrong on your bet, whether you're long or short silver, and you're just betting into it now, you're just scaling into it now, you get punished real hard from one side to the other. So my 2 cents would be to stick to, look for quality setups that meet your plans. So that's that. Let's get back into, so IYZ telecommunications is another communications here. XLC, it's a even heavier traded ETF. Back up here at all-time highs. Come on. Sorry, my mouse is being all funky. Right back into this level here, see if it can't get through it after that little base and boom going on right there. So communications remain real strong. Overall, looking at anything still AI related, and I'm one of those people that I can't stand when people start talking about AI in general, because I'm still of the mindset that it's 50 sweaty dudes in a basement typing as fast as they can. But it's here, and there's things you can do with it and whatnot. And anything, communications are going to play a large role in it. Having all the infrastructure for that data to flow around is important. These data centers that are going to get created, so on and so forth. So, there's tailwinds to be had there, and whether I like something or not is irrelevant to making money. SPY sitting up here, ain't that something? And after last week, I bet after you had this red day last week, and then didn't get it back above it, and you had all these doomsayers and bears out there screaming for the next breakdown in the market. And well, here we are, just shy of $1, whatever you want to call it, off of all-time highs again. So market is resilient, market is strong. We haven't gotten that peel away from this area yet. It's still trying to fight to get up above and stay above that, but not a market I'm betting against. Pharmaceuticals are looking pretty strong up here as well. Still no breakaway on it yet. One thing, some people might want to think about or consider is that I don't bring back that SPY chart real quick. So here we have the SPY. It's continued to make new all-time highs over the last couple of months. Not every day, but over the last few months, it's made a few all-time highs. That's representing your S&P 500. The Q is representing your NASDAQ. Another story. They have not made an all-time high in quite a while, actually. Last all-time high was back here at the end of October. And while it actually did get close last week, didn't quite take it out. And it's still sitting a little bit below those levels as compared to the S&P 500. And so something I'd consider is just, the NASDAQ is basically tech, essentially. It's some non-tech things in there. But the S&P 500, while extremely tech heavy, it does have some healthcare components in it that matter. Not a lot, but enough that you can see that difference in these stocks at them, or these those sectors at this time. So just something to consider. What else do we want to look at real quick? AIT and IAT regional banks. I mean, they're sitting pretty. They're sitting pretty good right now. Since the doom and gloom when Republic went under a couple of years ago, or a few years ago, not even a couple of years ago, and the financial system was going to collapse again, looking pretty good since then. As far as I know, the financial system didn't collapse, so another loser for those bears out there. XLP, consumer staples. They'd been slightly downtrending and really reversed recently. So, been on the down move for a while. Really just came shooting out of a cannon at this point recently. Make of that what you will, but price doesn't lie. So I'm sure this is a plenty hated bull market like most recent bull markets over the last 10 plus years have been. But, got a lot of important sectors looking strong. It's tough to really bet against the market. I remember a few months ago or whatever, when we weren't just making all-time highs again, people started pointing to the RSP and like, oh, look at the equal weight S&P 500. It's all coming to an end. It's 7 stocks holding up the market. And they were wrong again. It wasn't 7 stocks holding up the market. It has never been 7 stocks holding up the market. And anybody that says that is either really bad at math or they're disingenuous. Either way, I wouldn't be listening to them. But here's the RSP clicking and making new all-time highs again. So that's your equal weighted S&P 500. So again, that's for everybody out there that says it's 7 stocks holding up the market. Well, if it's 7 stocks holding up the market, how come the equal weighted S&P 500 just made new all-time highs again recently, right? That wouldn't make sense. That would make for bad math. XSXTP, what are my thoughts on it? I don't have any thoughts specifically on it. You can pull up a chart. I mean, on a long-term basis, it's reverse split, obviously. It's been in a downtrend. It's down almost 100% over the last 2 years since it IPO'd. I don't know. It's not a good-looking chart for long-term. I'm not sure what caused this, if it was news or something like that, but it looks like it's, fading back and giving that all back at this point. Had that one massive day of volume with it. Volume's been mute again ever since then. And we could see that not only on a daily chart play out, but on a 60-minute chart play out. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it wants to just fill this gap to the downside again. It's a pharmaceutical company, so that means it's going to have to give a reason for people to want to buy the stock, which means its drug pipeline has got to be strong, or it has to have some favorable FDA news coming out or anything like that. Outside of that, it looks like it just had this, flash in the pan day here, and it's just grinding people out from there afterwards. The only thing that's going to change this stock's fortune is some kind of really great news, which there's no way to predict news. You can know if you were watching it from the fundamental side, that might be a tail into if there's a possibility of good news on the horizon. Meaning if you're, someone was studying what their pipeline is, sales, deals that they're making, things like that. I don't live in that fundamental world. I just look at charts and, price, volume, support, resistance, those kinds of things like that. So from a technical standpoint, tough looking chart right now. Let's jump back into some sectors. And again, anybody that has questions, don't be shy, get the questions in. I'm happy to part ways from going over the sector analysis. Just that, I don't know what else to talk about if nobody's giving me questions. KRE, some more regional banking. Also looking pretty good. Not terribly far off an all-time high right now on that. Got a nice little uptrend going on it since middle-ish of November, give or take. Something I would note to that is, look at this area. Bottom, 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 bounce. So one might have argued that had been a triple bottom. Stuff like that's always hindsight to me. I'm not a big fan of double tops and triple bottoms and stuff like that. Do they exist? Sure, why not? But it's always in hindsight you see that. Guessing that this was going to be a triple bottom there. I mean, come on, I don't see anything on this chart that would have indicated it would keep going at that point. So make of that what you will. And you are welcome, Jay. But anyways, point being is that if banks look healthy, that's something you definitely want to see. You don't find banks healthy in a, you don't find banks healthy in a unhealthy market. Any ideas on how best I can use AI to assess a stock? If you're talking about general LLMs, no, I don't use LLMs. The only thing they're going to do is tell you, what you could just do through regular research, essentially. Like you could feed it into ChatGPT or Gemini or Grok or whatever your LLM preference is, and say, tell me about stock XYZ, and it's going to tell you, what it's out there in the public domain, essentially. If you're speaking about our AI, Holly's going to alert stocks that meet its criteria for scanning, and that's it. You get it, the entry time and price, or alert time and price, whatever you want to call it, and a suggested stop price. And from there, you got to be a trader after that and decide, does that stop make sense for me? Things like that. For me personally, as a swing trader, Holly is a mixed bag in the sense that, I look at Holly alerts and, see if any of them fit my criteria for trading. But, something like ROMA, look, a massive move on it today, to the short side here. This thing ran way up and it gets shorted into oblivion essentially right now from that top. And it was a pretty good call, but it's not in my wheelhouse for trading. But also, for the folks that do day trade, kind of hard to argue with a 48% move to the downside there. The other thing I looked at too with Holly is this max profit column. So I've got Holly set up to like hypothetically risk $100 based on her stop loss for each entry. And so, get a $300 max move here, 170 max move there. Only one stock didn't make it into the money. So those are things that I would use for assessing our AI and Holly, and then maybe, formulating, if you don't have one, a day trading plan based on, some technical indicators that intrigue you and that you can read well. Not that you might be able to read well, that you can read well. Some people like Bollinger Bands, some people like EMAs, SMAs, RSI, so on and so forth. And, combinations of those obviously play a role. It's never just one indicator for anybody on the technical side. So whether it was LLMs you were after or Holly, those are the kinds of things that I would share and point out as far as both of those go. And if you have other follow-up questions, don't be shy, put those in as well, and I'm happy to answer those too. Let's see. Let's keep going with some sectors while we wait to see if some more questions come in. SMH and SOXX got your semiconductors. They are looking real healthy. Like real healthy. Again, just below all-time highs, but this uptrend has begun again. You got to pull back in here, try to move up, pull back. Couldn't really get through on a pullback to make a lower low, and has since continued in this uptrend again. I'm sure someone out there is going to look at this and like, oh, well, it's down compared to the all-time highs. I'm like, okay, get off my feed. SOXX is going to look more than less the same, I would say. Yeah, almost the same look here with SOXX. So, semiconductors are looking good. That doesn't mean that every semiconductor is created equal and just go buy a semiconductor. But, do your homework out there. See what is out there for semiconductors. There's plenty of good-looking ones. I've got a few on my list here. ON, again, I mentioned it before. I'm kind of a fan of that one. No position currently, but I'm stalking the stock. SIMO, this one I'm torn about because it's a very thinly traded stock, but this has been sitting real nice up here at this level for a long time. My problem with thinly traded stocks are large spreads and trouble getting out of the stock when you need to, whether to the upside or downside. It's also got earnings after hours tomorrow, so I'm going to let that kind of slide through, and then we'll reassess. Sky T is another semiconductor related one. I took a small profit in this. I kind of sinned. I bought it back here at 30, and when it was way up here, I decided not to sell it. And so as it was on its way back down these days, I sold it down here and took a very small profit. Unfortunately, foolish, but that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. But semiconductors, anyways, strong looking sector. KBE, your banking ETF overall. So we touched regionals a couple times. Just a smidge below all-time highs again. Looking pretty strong here overall for the banking sector. JETS, jets. It's your airplanes. I don't know what to make of the airlines ever. I mean, I guess, airlines indicate are people traveling. I guess travel equals healthy economies. Why not, right? But it's sitting up here pretty strong overall, all things considered. I was going to skip B-Dry. It's just, bulk dry shipping. I suspect that, I suspect it's beyond thinly traded as usual, 42,000 shares on, so nothing to be making of anything there. Agriculture, MOO. So not looking awesome over the last 5 years. Not horrible either, down 5% over the last 5 years. But showing some signs of life over the last year or so for agriculture. Oil services, OIH. Seen some energy moves recently. Oil moved up, 66, 68 a barrel or something like that. It's pulled back significantly, at least as of 4 or 5 o'clock this morning Eastern time. It was off like, $3.50, $4 from the recent highs or something. I don't know what to make of that. Same with gasoline prices here in the U.S. The traded gasoline futures. They were, they're down around 170 like 2 weeks ago, 170 something. Shot all the way up to like 190 something. Now they're back in the low 190s, give or take. So bit of volatility going on in the energy sector right now. SLX steel sector sitting right up by all-time highs as well. Really kind of a juggernaut right there. Again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. I'm just going to keep going through sectors for now because that's what I'm going to do to fill the airtime. Your materials and the XLB. And, here's something I'm really noticing. There's been a few sectors that been looking at that really haven't done much in the last year, and all of a sudden now they're coming up through. Like this had been, kind of crashed out, trying to get back, but couldn't really do it. Now, bang, here it is, right up by all-time highs right there. Just made all-time highs right here a couple days ago, right? So we've seen a few sectors that look like that now, and I am definitely taking note of that. Emerging markets. Again, pretty healthy look from emerging markets overall. REITs, for those that are into your global REITs. They're not doing a whole lot right now. Really running sideways for quite the while, actually. So first sector we're seeing not really holding their weight. Interesting. There's MDY. Here's another equally weighted mid-cap trust. So sitting right near all-time highs again with that. IBB and XIB, it's your biotechs there. So wow. Haven't seen IBB look this good in quite a while. Biotechs in general. They got slaughtered on that bear market back in 2022, the end of 2021 and going in through 2022, and just couldn't get it quite going until they did get it going. And I think that the XIB is going to look more or less the same. Clicked on the XIB, let it load. There we go. Yeah, pretty similar look overall. I'd say the IBB looks a bit healthier on the long-term 5-year shot. This has really come a long way in the last several months as well. More than several months at this point. Last almost year. Yeah, this is May back here of last year, or April. And so since April of last year, really quite the move on it. IWM, which are small caps, Russell 2000. They have been ultra strong over the last few months. Now, without their volatility, of course, but just, beautiful grind high and all-time highs, pullback and a bounce, a pullback and a bounce. Is this a pullback and a bounce again? We'll have to see. We'll say that, when the IWM's on our side, it does make it a little easier to hold positions, more comfortable taking full share sizes, things of that nature. IYE, I believe, is energy, right? Yeah, U.S. energy. So this is going to be like the XLE, essentially. It'll look very similar. So it's interesting. IYE looking pretty healthy, actually. Given that, energy prices, at least in some areas, are down. Not in our utility bills, but at least filling up at the pump around most of the country is quite a bit down. Just want to skip to the XLE because IYE and the XLE are like very close first cousins. I just want to see what the difference is here recently. So yeah, XLE looking even a little better than the IYE. Interesting. And the XOP, that's your gas and oil exploration stocks. And they're still, they're still spinning their wheels in the mud. 180 is the lifetime high, and we're at 136.81 here. So still quite a bit off. They just can't seem to get above this kind of downtrend going on since these highs. Back here in 2021, they just can't seem to do it yet. But we'll see. So, finding the, I don't want to call them black sheeps of the market, but certainly not the darlings, that's for sure. Did I skip anything on that I really wanted to go over? I guess with lithium, real quick touch on lithium ion. After getting absolutely shellacked for a few years here, quite the bounce that's actually up over the last 5 years now. Go figure, right? Been on quite the march too for a while here. So I'd imagine there's some good battery stocks out there that have really made some nice moves over the last year plus. So lithium ion, it's definitely going to be a role player in things going forward in the next several years without any question. We continue to become more mobile with everything. Need more transportable energy. Retails, XRT. Good bit off lifetime highs still, but trying to grind higher. Very volatile area. It can be very volatile, the XRTs. But not a bad looking chart. Not a bad looking sector right now. TAN, that is your solar stocks all grouped together, and they still are a hot mess in the long term without any question. Down 47% essentially over the last 5 years. If you ever wonder what a falling knife looks like in the stock market, this is your perfect example of it right there on that TAN monthly chart. That is textbook falling knife behavior right there. But marching on up over the last almost year at this point. So can't ignore that. There must be a solar darling or two out there that looks good. Memory serves correct. I used to trade a stock called Run. Sunrun Corp. They've got to do with solar and semiconductors. So yeah, not looking too hot over the last 5 years, but since this time last, not this time last year, but since April, March of last year, made that quick run up, pullback, and then have kind of marched themselves up, a little more volatile with these big pulls up. I mean, large candles, big topping and bottoming shadows, but interesting nonetheless. And this stock has always remained a very liquid stock. I don't know if I've ever seen this stock in the years that I've watched it and traded it trade under 1 million shares in a day. You know, it's almost at 3 million, and that's what they're doing, slightly less than what it's normally doing to this point in the day over the last 30 days. So, sorry, just, try to point out sometimes when stocks pop in my mind that relate to a sector. We did XOP, Vanguard. It's more communications. No, information. That's what it is. VGT, information tech. So, not bad. VGT up 112.27% in the last 5 years. Not too shabby. Running sideways, though, right now. Running sideways for a little bit here. And again, folks, if anybody has any questions whatsoever, I would love it if you ask them. Of course, you don't have to, but I would like it very much if you asked any questions. Yeah. So that is that. Where do we turn to now? I don't know if every sector is relevant, although still got about 20 minutes to get through here. So there's that to consider as well. Healthcare. I mentioned before that the S&P 500 does have some healthcare weighting in it that matters a bit. Not far off an all-time high, 160, 155, almost 160, 156. So sitting decent here. We've seen with TAN representing solars and the and lithium, we saw these nice kind of scaling into it moves like that. A little bit different look here. A little more vertical on this move here out of healthcare sector recently. So there's that. Financial services. I don't know how relevant this is. Super thinly traded. This is going to be like your publicly traded brokers, your Schwabs, your Interactive Brokers. I don't know what other brokers are out there that are publicly traded. I can't think of any off the top of my head. Morgan Stanley, are they publicly traded? Maybe. More health here. The IYH. XLF. That's the financial sector. This is representing the big picture of the banks and the financial sector in general. I'd like to see a little more out of this than actually what we see, considering how strong the regionals looked overall. I will say that this hasn't pulled back as much or had the same issues that the regionals have had over the last several years. But above that 55 number is definitely healthier for everyone that's on the bullish side of life and the bullish side of market. By no stretch of any imagination is that bearish or anything like that. And we're $3, not even $3 away from the lifetime high of the financial sector. Just find it interesting that this lags a little behind the regionals currently. I don't think there's anything to make of that, though. Real estate, IYR. So we're going to start to get into a few different sectors that I find to be important that are still behind the curve. Real estate is one of those. 116.89 is the lifetime high, and we're sitting below $100 by a couple points still. And this thing just cannot get out of its way. Just a slight decline over the last year. Just not looking, not looking like any momentum behind real estate currently at the moment. That's going to make me skip around. So XHB, that's your home builders. I want to jump to that real quick. And in the ballpark of that, 126 lifetime high. We're sitting at 109 essentially. But again, the home builders just don't look amazing right now. Let's move down here, and looks like it wanted to get going, but just hasn't been able to do it yet. So there is that part of all of it. I know that, political wise, or, I like to stay away from politics, but, I can't help but note, there's a political aspect to, homes and real estate in the country. So it's one of those things, keep an eye on and be careful with if you're involved in those sectors. All right, I skipped around a few things. I want to come back to them, but I just want to tie in real estate with the home builders. Here's another look at real estate, XLRE. Maybe a little better look at real estate overall. And again, it's very similar to what we just looked at with just that slight downtrend going on. Just can't really get it going at this point. So if you're looking for areas that are in trouble or are just lagging in general, that's the area we're in at this point. I'm gonna skip gold and silver for now. I don't think there's much of anything for me to touch on there at this point. I would like to get to the utilities though. The Utes. What is a Ute? So utilities out here, not terribly far from lifetime highs. However, been on a bit of a downswing since fourth quarter of last year. And wildly enough, we've already got 1 month of the first quarter of this year out of the way. We're already 1 month down in the first quarter of this year. I can't speak for everybody, obviously, but the last few years, January felt like it was 250 days. And this was the fastest January I can remember, and I don't know how long. So long-term picture for the Utes, utilities is overall strong, but a bit of a downswing right now anyways. Make of that what you will. But usually you see more strength in the utilities when people are a little bit more fearful in the market. Utilities are generally a flight to safety. Not always, but generally. So there is that. We're getting down to the nitty gritty of the bottom of the list here. Skipped over China, FXI, China large caps. So, on a rebound without any question, from the last 5 years, because this thing was absolutely decimated. Down here, and it just, another definition of a falling knife. Every time it tried to bounce, it fell every single time until here. And now, higher highs, higher lows, but it hasn't done a whole lot recently. Been stuck running sideways for a few moments there, several months. So, we can make of that what we will. Is it setting up for another leg? Hard to argue one side or the other with that as it stands for me anyways. But it has been on an uptrend over the last year. not so hot over the last several months. And then I want to tie that in because that's Chinese large caps. Let's tie it in with the K-Web, which is your Chinese internet stocks. This has been on a slight downtrend again and just has not been able to get on a real uptrend. It looked like it's trying to, but it looks like it's kind of failing at this point. So we'll see what happens with the K-Web overall, but it's your Chinese internet stocks, Chinese internet ETF, and not nearly as healthy as the Chinese large cap stocks at this point for sure. Let's go with notable mentions here. Cloud computing service ETF here. Super thinly traded, but I do like to keep an eye on it with all the stuff going on in technology these days, and how many people are hosting their own clouds and whatnot. So we've seen this thing make some large moves. We've seen it give it back as well, and that's kind of where it's sitting. But I do like to keep an eye on that for tech purposes. I guess that's really, really it. I mean, natural gas is, it's natural gas. They don't call it the Widowmaker for nothing. I mean, my God, my God. Just wow. So, look at this move here. We're down here. We're all the way up here. We're back to here. And that's the span of 2 weeks. And I mean, those are massive gaps. So yeah, there's a nickname for trading natural gas in general. It's called the Widowmaker. And well, that's why. I guess that kind of really rounds things out. You know what? Let me pick on the weed stocks. I love picking on the weed stocks. I mean, I don't think anybody's even trading this stuff anymore at this point. But yeah, down 90% over the last 5 years. I think that says it all. Fairly confident that says it all. So that's where we be on some of the major sectors and players of the overall market. I would note that a lot more bullish than bearish. I'd even argue the only really bearish stuff doesn't matter at all. Oh, uranium. I skipped over uranium when I was jumping around because of real estate and home builders. Sorry. Uranium making quite a move over the last little bit here. Good run up, pull back. We're pulled back into, bounced, right? So now we start to ask ourselves, is this an area where it can start to dig in and build again? Love it, hate it, or whatever, but we got a lot of energy needs that need to be met over time. People love to put it into time frames. We got a lot of energy needs that need to be met over the next year, 5 years, 10 years. We just got growing consumers of energy, period, as human beings. It's the way it works. And until they come up with something better than what we derive energy from, which is mostly coal, nuclear and uranium are going to be a player and they're going to matter, especially, you start talking about these mini reactors and things like that some of these tech companies are looking into and whatnot. So, I'd be keeping an eye on uranium. I'd be keeping an eye on uranium overall. So that's where we be living. I think that's everything, right? That's good enough for me. Hopefully it's good enough for you. Get out of here. Bye, sectoralist. So, all right, that's me talking a whole lot. I could have sworn you folks would have asked more questions over that time period, but apparently I was wrong. Take a pause for the cause for a second here. Pour myself a little tea. Take a sip. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. You've got questions. Love to answer them. I'm a big fan of answering questions. I don't know, some other larger picture things here. It's my 30-day market breadth compare count window. So we're looking at stocks making new 30-day highs versus making new 30-day lows. That includes weekends. And I never usually see it quite split like this. Usually, it's tilting 65% that way or 65% this way. Never really seen it 50-50 like this before. So it's kind of interesting look. And if I may bring over another scan here to make things a little more confusing. Stocks above the 50-day, they're above their 50-day moving average making new highs versus stocks below their 50-day moving average making new lows is tilted quite to the bullish side. So interesting. Really neutral spread here, really bullish spread here. However, SPY chart tells me we're looking bullish right now. Up 4.5% essentially. Or sorry, 4.42 points, good for 2/3%. 2/3% since Friday. So trying to make another all-time high right here. It's less than $1 off a new time high. Well, it was. Now it's just over. It just had a slight pullback. So yeah. Alrighty. What else can we talk about right now? What else? Kicking myself on AAOI. Take a shot at myself. I was watching this for a break back over 36 back here. I did not take it, unfortunately. I'm not feeling too good about that right now. I'd taken some positions in other stocks. They didn't perform as well as this. So, hindsight trading, my favorite kind of trading. Kicking myself for that, but it is what it is. So a bit of a chase to me at this point now, not going after it when it's up nearly $5 on a day right now. But would love to see maybe a pullback to the 45 level, give or take, and give me a shot at it again. We'll see. But I do like this chart and this stock overall right now. What else can we look at? All right, looking through my evening scanner, see if there's anything in here worth noting. Pump, that's an energy stock. I traded this a whole bunch back in 2021. Haven't seen this stock in a long time. Yeah, I don't got anything to comment on that. Let's see what else. NU, is that one of those? Nope, it's not one of those. Banking, $3 billion. It's a very large stock. I don't know. Let's go through a few of these charts, I guess. Let's kill some time with that. See if we can find anything interesting. No. I'm going to skip over because it's therapeutics. Cut and sew apparel manufacturing. That's going to be a no. PKST, that looks like it's a buyout. VSH. Kind of an interesting look on it here. Earnings coming up. So really bounced off this bottom area down here. Got a little room up there. It's at 25 level. Has come quite a ways in a short period of time. It's got earnings on deck for see, the 4th is Wednesday of this week in the pre-market. So, maybe it's something you want to keep an eye on. Use the heart on the chart if you wanted to keep an eye on that. It's got an interesting look to it. Not interesting enough for me to put it on a watch list, but nevertheless, interesting enough to more than a passing thought. More banking. Look how many banking stocks, right? Off Key, another banking. A lot of banking stocks involved here. Secondary smelting and alloy of aluminum. Interesting. Sitting right up there at all-time highs, too. Did like that chart, but not a dynamic mover. Mechanical power transmission equipment manufacturing. Interesting, not terribly far off an all-time high. Had something that the market didn't like back here. Took it from here to here. I'm trying to recover that and fill that gap right now. Earnings coming up next week. It's an interesting chart. On the upper side of floats. I mean, 253 million in it. Not large, but certainly not small either. Barry.
God, that's a sensitive mic. So, Chris, I want you to take everything you own in this world.
Yes.
And I want you to buy. Now, wait for it. GME. Did you see the press release they put out?
No.
I got to read it too. Okay. Yeah.
Please do. Please do.
I actually took some. Okay. But so the GME CEO, Ryan Cohen, told CNBC that the video game retailer is seeking to acquire a publicly traded consumer company that's far bigger than the company in a deal that could be transformational. Wait for it. It's going to be really big, very, very, very big, he says. It's transformational, not just for GameStop, but ultimately within the capital markets. This is something that really has never been done before within the history of the capital markets.
That is a
Isn't
very bold statement. And I mean, that is the chef's salad of word salads.
That sort of thing used to be illegal, though, for a CEO to come out and say stuff like that, because, of course, he's basically saying, buy my stock.
Yes.
Those sort of things used to be. Well, I'm not sure. Well, yeah, I think they used to be somewhat illegal to do that the SEC would be all over you and fine you and all that. But
yeah, I mean, those rules have gone out the door a while ago here.
I know. I mean, old school on this, but I'm not sure I've ever seen anything more promotional from a CEO of a company that is somewhat known. Of course, it is somewhat known. I mean,
yeah. I mean, we're on this is the 5th anniversary. I mean, of the wildness that went on for, I don't know, I guess it's 4 or 5 months. That was really, really wild.
Exactly.
And then you had, the insanity afterwards that, went on for a year and a half or 2, whatever it was. So, look, as someone who grew up with video games and loves vintage video games and whatever else, I would love it if something huge came out there to help us people with, old vintage consoles and things like that. But I don't think there's any money in it, to be honest. Otherwise, I would have done a long time ago. So outside of that, what are these guys like? I'm dying to know what's so transformational.
Oh, I know. In the history of the capital markets, history of the capital. I mean, and the history, that's a long time.
It is.
That's a long time. Anyway, so I actually took some over 25. And so I will, took a few shares just to see if any sort of the nonsense can repeat itself. I don't think it's going to $500 like before, but you never know. I mean, I just
No,
want to
but
see if it has a
bottom
run.
line is it's still got that buzz no matter
It
what.
does. It
Whether that
does.
buzz equals any huge price movement on it or not is another question. But I mean,
Exactly.
look, the thing is, it's only got a 4 relative volume right now, and it's traded just shy of 14 million shares. I mean, it's GameStop.
Yeah,
14 million shares. I mean,
I
like
know.
they sell weird large-headed dolls now. Like what like what else does GameStop do? Like anytime I go by a GameStop in like a mall around here or something like that, I mean there's literally nothing in there I would spend money on. Not a
Right.
thing. So like wow, that's all I can say.
Yeah, and just as maybe some of the people who are listening to us in YouTube, maybe they're buying some because it just made another new high
Yeah,
today.
I see that. Like a little bit of volume's coming into it in the last two
Yeah, I
5-minute
know.
bars.
I know.
So
Anyway, so wish
well,
me luck.
yes, hopefully that will be providing your Ferrari and hot tub this month.
Exactly. All right, Chris. Well, listen, I guess you're going to be in tomorrow, right?
Nope, it should be Andy tomorrow.
Oh,
But
Andy
if it's not,
tomorrow.
it'll be
Okay.
me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I know you said that obviously Wednesday there's a no-go. So then
Yeah.
Thursday and Friday it might be between you and Andy again.
So Andy will go Thursday. This is his week to do two. It should be his week to do two.
Right.
And he's going to cover Thursday for Steve, and Steve will be back Friday and cover.
Oh, he's
Friday
back on
for
Friday.
Andy.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the way it was drawn up.
Okay.
You never know.
All right. All right, my friend. Well, and he keeps making another new high after new high. Go GameStop. I can't believe I'm saying this.
A little bit of volume coming into it.
Yeah, no kidding.
I like
I mean, is it possible we have enough YouTubers that are with deep pockets that are just buying this? Just listening to us? Is it possible?
Anything is possible.
Anything is possible.
Anything is possible.
Okay, my friend. Well, thanks again. And well, if I don't see you tomorrow, we'll see you next week.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Barry. We'll see you on the next one.
Okay, guys, just waiting to recapture my screen. There we go. And just give me one more thing to do before I get going. For those of you who weren't in YouTube, I'm just having some fun with Chris regarding the GameStop. So yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. I mean, it back down to the VWAP held. Here's the ORIC now, guys. ORIC. So this is at this level. This is at this level that's the high of 2 days ago, and the next high is 1211. So let's see how well it holds this area. I'm talking about the ORIC. Might be a nice afternoon trade for us. Trade ideas, recommended computer specs. Probably a minimum. I know some might say 32, but minimum of 16 gigs for RAM. After that, I mean, obviously have Windows 11, but I don't think. I think it's probably what you want to have at least a minimum of 16 gigs of RAM. Okay. Remember, it's not a trading platform, right? It's a scanner. Okay, Larry. Well, guys, here goes Oric. Oric on the move here. Yeah, I think it's mainly the RAM that you want to take a look at. Okay, Larry. Right, Pepe. I know 32 gigs is better. 64 would be better. But we're talking about. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys. Boy, did Fuse ever. Thank you, Pepe. A decent GPU. Okay, thank you. Boy, did that Fuse ever take a beating, eh? I mean, look at sorry, alas. I don't usually do that, but the Canadianism. But anyway, Fuse really, where did it get up to? Got up to 250 or so. I'm sorry, 360 or so. So we're dropped a dollar now. So I'm just wondering, is there going to be one that does the absolute craziness today? I don't see one yet. I think I saw Toyo today, Toyo. All right, guys, 11 or 11:10, 1:10 right now. So I'll go over my homepage one last time today. All right. So if you want to take out a subscription, here's a promo code you can use. You'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And again, remember the 15%, if you take out a monthly, is good for the first month only. After that, you'll revert to full price. And so all I ask, and that's for both our standard and our premium product. So all I ask is that if you take out a subscription, please use my code. I monitor a YouTube room or moderate a YouTube room and also the trading room here, which is a good segue if you guys are sitting in YouTube right now and want to come into a more robust, more interactive room, interactive meaning other traders in the room. You can come into this trading room. It's free also. But a couple of bonuses. Number one, there's no time delay. YouTube imposes a time delay on us, about 7 or 8 seconds. And number two, this room is actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So for those of you who are interested in the pre-market, you can come into this room. Thank you, Obi, for opening it up. And then when I take off, sometime usually between 2 and 2:30, I always say it's like an addendum. I always say extra if you have questions, But today, William in the room will keep the room open until 3:55. And if you do take out a subscription, first thing you must do, click on the education area and then getting down to that area here, getting started with trade ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. Mandatory you do that. And if you don't have trade ideas, take a look at the second video onwards. And that should give you an idea about capabilities of the program and whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. The monthly subscriptions are just month to month, so there's no long-term contract. You can unsubscribe at any time. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Another free series of videos, 15 of them, for you, the new trader. And last, if you're looking for some of the things that I'm currently sharing, click on that scan section. So here are the two races. The large cap gainers is right here. This other one, the biggest gainers, has nothing to do with market cap or float, is here. Pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. And then here is the halts resumes over here. But as you can see, I do have some other scans that I'm sharing. I don't have them up and running, but you can take a look at them if you want. And you can ask me questions all day long. Don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. The only thing I really can't answer is if it's an accounting question, but I can direct you to the people who can help you. This one, I mean, JLHL. I mean, it's an ugly, ugly looking daily chart, just 2 minute chart, just because of all the halts it's had. So halt, gap, gap, down, up, down, and halted again. And because when it opens, there's usually a big gap. I'm not saying it's going to open at 10, but that is the projection in that area, and it's halted at 9:03. In this blue window you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, giving me the halt price, and this column, a glimpse into the potential future as to where it could open. Well, this rhyme has just been hanging around the $1 mark, RIME. Moment, please. I will be right back. Just give me a moment. All right, sorry about that. Back again. All right, so where was I? I think I was talking about, obviously talking about something. Maybe not. Well, guys, no questions. Well, what a bounce for the William. Did you? Sure, you did not hold on. I know you were talking about it earlier, like a bounce to the VWAP, VRRR. Sorry, VRRM. Oh, yeah. Well, you know what? There's something wrong with my spy chart. Just give me a moment, okay? Just want to duplicate it. Okay. This is, I don't know what was happening. It was not updating. How's the market now? Well, I mean, you can say, I mean, it's just, there's a mini drop here, but might be the start. I don't know. Oh, okay, guys, as much as I'd love to turn this into the United Nations, we really can't do this with foreign languages, okay? Um, okay. Well, guys, no questions. So I may just put myself on mute for a while. If there are no questions, just going to do my own thing then. And if there are no questions, Bjorn, I think you were in PBM. I don't know if you're still in it. I know it's having a little bit of a pop here. You're right. Cat X is over 5. I had that one thumbnail, so I do see it. No, there's GME at the top here. Crazy. All right, this is just over a whole number, MRTN. Let's see if there's anything interesting for this one. Martin Transport. Oh, remember the transport? What was that? That's IY something. Take a look at the dock channel bar. And again, look at the show more. I'm going to go down to the sector status. Yeah, IYT. So remember when we looked at this, I don't know, an hour ago? No, 2 hours ago or so, IYT, which is the transportation index. So you can see, Martin, MR, whatever it is, MRTN, transportation stock. And how's silver doing? Still bad. Well, bad. I mean, it hasn't really bounced. So this is what I'm talking about. So a freight stock or transportation stock. So a good sector, well, the top sector today anyway. But 1320 is the next high looking left. So that's too close for me anyway. Well, not being a gold bug, Jason, but let's just take a look at gold, GLD. Well, I mean, it still has not found a bottom yet. I mean, right there is a 416. I mean, that'd be still a ways to go. But, it's still at the low, almost at the low of the day. So, still hasn't found a bottom yet, in my opinion. That's all I can say. Others who follow gold way more than I do might have a different idea. And if you're looking intraday, I mean, it's just, chopping. It's pretty, to me, it'd be a difficult intraday trader, but the trend is still down. I mean, making lower highs. What do you think about gold? All right, four ends just got halted on the way up, and biology out of or biotechnology out of Germany. Okay, just got halted on the way up. So you're talking more of a swing, right, Jason? You're not talking about intraday. Yeah. So I mean, you just look at it. I mean, there's so far. I mean, it's still almost at the low of the day. That little. So it's almost at the low of the day. I mean, that would be an area that I'd be. If you were looking at this, it's 415. I mean, that's $10, $11 away. But you know, you'd you'd want to hope that holds it. But right now, I would not see any reason to take gold as a swing. But don't let me stop you. Same with silver. The only thing you can say right now is that at least both bars are certainly not like the day before Friday. Let's see, about the best you can say, I guess. If you're asking me well, I trade stock. I typically don't trade like gold, silver. If that's where you're at, the ETFs, I typically don't trade them. Okay, guys. Well, these are all volatile stocks right here. And would I trade? How's that BNAI doing? Is it trying to recover? Tried to earlier, but nope. All right, FA just over the whole number. Ah, again, another one when you look left, the next high is too close for me anyway. Well, this has been a slow day since the first hour, anyway. For me, anyway. Okay, guys, maybe an interesting short, maybe. DAKT underneath the whole number, little self lag there. 3.6 times normal volume up to this time of day. What could it get to? Well, there might be too much support around the 2360 mark. So not enough room for to move for me. So I'm going to short it. I can't remember a day where I've seen so many ugly looking 2-minute charts. I mean, just, looking like they're gaps all over the place. I don't know if it's my charting here or what it is. No, it just looks ugly. Well, for those of you who don't mind looking at stocks under $1, this one is starting to move, this TNYA. Boy, we've seen this one in the past. I just can't get over how many shares are in the float. 192 million. It's on Gamma, right? SGMO. Yeah, nice. Actually, now, that looks a lot nicer, on a 2-minute chart. Big float also, 313 million in the float. Wow. Well, look at Snap on the way down here, guys. Snap. When do they have earnings? They have earnings this week, February 4th post market. Ugh, another one. Look at this. Another one that's just getting hit. I mean, Arbutus ABUS was doing nothing, and nothing. Is it been, and it's halted right now. Well, I wonder if they're doing a financing. It just got halted. A lot of shares available too to short. Depends what you're trading, Medrex, of course. I mean, the overall SPY. I mean, if I look at the SPY, what's the volume? Yeah, I mean, Thursday and Friday we're 100 million or so, and we only have another 2.5 hours, so we're not even halfway there. So I mean, there's certainly less volume in the SPY, but it depends what you're trading. These stocks here, there are no liquidity problems with these ones. Even Microsoft, I mean, Microsoft at least is trading 1.7 times normal. And let's take a look at Tesla, some of the big guys. I just want to see what basically trading normally. That's why it says 1. It's had a nice run, actually, hasn't it? Beautiful run in the 2. Wow. I don't trade Tesla or Microsoft or anything, but I know a lot of you do. But in fact, this is what I should be looking at. You guys talk about Tesla. I should bring up the 2-time is on the long side, TSLL. So you can see that you could trade this, and it's only $16. Okay, there's plenty of volume. 58 million shares. Remember, if Tesla the stock drops 1%, this will drop 2%. One moment, please. Sorry, I had myself on mute for a second. So let's take a look at the bus. When is it? See what happens when it resumes. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it'll open in 10 seconds, a little less than 10 seconds, if it's a 5-minute halt. All right, so this is going to be more than a 5-minute halt. It got halted at 1:38 plus 24 seconds, so we're past that. So it's probably going to be a 10-minute halt. And the NNNN came out of its halt, and what did it get halted at? 3080, resumed around 3080, but now it's halted at 3163. This could be the crazy one, though it has a fairly big float for a 30. Well, not that big a float for a $31 stock. Or, you know what? I think this has got to do with I think ABUS and mRNA are linked. I think there was some kind of was there a patent dispute? Just give me a moment. I want to get ABUS up. I could have sworn I saw just something, a reference to Moderna. This was on the 19th. Okay. So let me see if it has, yeah. So this was on the 19th. So, I mean, we're February 2nd now, but this was the news, invalidated a key Arbutus delivery technology patent, which is a clear win for Moderna. That was on well, you can see right there, January 19th. So there is a link between ABUS and Moderna. So Moderna's ripping higher, and ABUS, I don't know if that means that the news has been rehashed or it's finalized. Same news again today. That's what it was. Okay, thank you, William. I didn't see that. I just saw it on the 19th. So yeah, but well, let's see what happened on the 19th. Looks like this was the reaction right here. Yeah, that makes sense. Drop. And how about Moderna? Not that I would think that that would have such an effect on Moderna stock, but that was the reaction. Yeah. All right. Well, ORIC is basically right back where I bought it. So let's see if it has the move. It dropped a dime on me. I was hanging on, and let's not quite a dime. So let's see if it has the move now. If it takes out one, if it takes out, it gets back down to 1117. I'll just forget about it. All right. So it just opened. ABUS just opened, and it did actually. Just give me a moment. Now, did this get halt? Yeah, this just got halted again. ABUS got halted again on the way up. Well, let's see where it opens, William. It potentially over 4. Okay, that this is the ABUS, potentially over 4 or around the 4 level. All right, or Oric. Okay, you're making me a little, just a minor amount. So did ABUS, did it open yet? I guess it didn't open yet. I haven't heard the pop. Wow. So it could open, in the 420 level. And it got halted at 148 plus 44. So let's see. So it's going to be at least a 10-minute halt. So it's probably going to open at 158 plus 44 seconds. Okay, guys, just give me a moment. I will be right back. Okay, a little under 2 minutes. If this is a 10-minute halt for ABUS. All right, guys. Well, it's 1:57, so I may be wrapping up at around 2 unless there are some questions. So I don't have to go, but gives me an opportunity to maybe trade a little on my own if I want. Okay, guys. Well, in about 30 seconds, if this is a 10-minute halt for ABUS to open. Let's see how it opens. It looks like it's going to open over 4, but that, as William is suggesting, might be a nice short if it breaks underneath 4 again. If it opens over 4 and then breaks underneath. Okay, sorry guys, it just opened. Opened at 413. Well, it looks like it's really trying to bounce. Not bad. But let's take a look underneath 4. So I'll put a price alert. Say 393. See if it gets down there. It's a big float. 150 million. So you wouldn't expect a well, I mean, it's volatile right now, but I mean, look what it was doing. I mean, it was just sort of basing around this 420 mark for quite a while. That's from 1110 to 135, doing absolutely nothing. Well, I don't know if you were in earlier day them trades, but I actually have some of that GME, just over 25. I'd put a price alert on it, and then I read I put a price alert on it. I think last week or the week before at 25. Triggered this morning, and then I got a glimpse of the PR that the CEO put out. So I said, "What the heck? Take a little bit and hold on, see what happens." Well, guys, okay, it's 2:02. I don't see too many more questions, so I think I'm going to wrap it up for me this morning or today. So as always, thanks for all the help all day long. For those of you in YouTube, I am going to put my homepage link in. Because the other room will still be open. I do have to shut down YouTube because there's nobody to moderate it, so I'll have to shut down YouTube. So again, for those of you in YouTube, if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down a little bit where it says trading room, you can come into that room. This room will be open actually till about 3:55, and it's free. It is free. So as always, I will leave my layout up and running until, well, I guess the 3:55. Okay. Now, you may see me hanging around doing some things. So, I mean, if here's a question and I'm still at my desk, I'll answer it. But otherwise, I've left for the day. So remember, the main room will be open at about 6:45 a.m. tomorrow Eastern time. So have a great, yeah, I have a question. Have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. It's my religion. That's why. Speaking of ridiculous facts, okay? Not that that was a ridiculous fact. Let me see if I have to be able to explain it correctly. And this is not market related. So, I know I'm going to give you a ridiculous fact, John. You got to hang on. This is the first time in 800 and I think I want to say 834 years, 834 years that in the month of February there are exactly four Mondays, 4 Tuesdays, 4 Wednesdays, 4 Thursdays, 4 Fridays, 4 Saturdays, and 4 Sundays. Of course, February can be the only month, but it's the first time in 800 and I think it's at 834 years that that has happened. Exactly 4 days of each month. There you go. So your next cocktail party, you can drop that on people.